Finish the season in style. Caulfield Spring Finale, November 29. Group racing and Brad Cox headlining. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Tuesday, the 18th of November. It's a big hello to you wherever you may be listening on your local SEN track, RSN and SEN turf dials right throughout Western Australia and Victoria. Of course, we're broadcasting to you this morning, as we always do these days, and it's great to have you on board there with SEN Turf. And wherever you may be listening on your local SEN dial, of course, and also the RSN and SEN app. So it's great to have your company on this Tuesday morning. We are live from Pengarrow Farm. We'll start here in New Zealand, the home of the great Sir Peter Vella, one of the great contributors of racing, not only here in Australasia, but worldwide. Of course, the man that owns New Zealand Bloodstock. And this year, NZB will celebrate 100 years of selling thoroughbreds in this part of the world. And of course, the Vellas have been running NZB for just over 30 years. So it's great to catch up with Sir Peter Vella today. He'll join me just after 8:20 this morning. Looking forward to catching up with Robbie Griffiths. He'll join us from the top. Ray McNerio is heading to WA for the Winterbottom Stakes. And we'll catch up and see how he's settled into Perth life, because he arrived there less than 24 hours ago. So we'll catch up with Robbie. Patrick Carberry will also join us on Giddy Up this morning. We'll find you some winners with a bag of tips. And we've got the midweek masterclass team that will join us, Mark Roden, Chris Nelson and Mitchie Lewis, as we try and find you a few winners across the country tomorrow afternoon at the Metro tracks. Bag of tips as always. Across the three codes, we'll find you a few winners there. We'll catch up with Dean Watling and Matty Morton for trial time. Gary Hall Jr. will be my special guest for Facing the Breeze. Looking forward to that. And in our final hour, we'll catch up with Mark Chittick, of course, the boss of Waikato Stud here in New Zealand. And just before we catch up with Mark, Joe Verney will be our special guest, the treasurer of the Roma Turf Club. Unfortunately, they had their meeting postponed there on Saturday, so they're racing today. 6 minutes past 8, Giddy Up always brought to you by Bet365. So it's great to be on board there with Bet365. But now let's catch up with Robbie Griffiths. He's our first guest this morning. And, of course, he'll be training Ray McNerio in a bid to try and win a Winterbottom Stakes.
Behind them, Ray Magnerio badly held up and Nadal out wide. Zealously went to the lead. 150 metres to go. Arabian Summer, Nadal, and Ray Magnerio's winning through. GG's Miss Truth back to the inside. They hit it. Ray! Oh, he's a marvel. Ray Magnerio from GG's Miss Truth.
That was his sensational win. First up, he was unlucky there the other day at Flemington, and he heads to Perth in really good form. And his trainer, Robbie Griffiths, joins us. Good morning, Robbie.
Morning, Gareth.
The big question is Simon Miller, the man that you taught everything, delivered the red carpet for you on your arrival?
Red carpet, roses, petals, the whole lot. You know, it's all happening there, and it's fantastic of Simon to help us out.
He does owe you a little bit, doesn't he? Really, for everything that you've been able to do for him.
Yeah, the ledger's a bit lopsided, so he's clawing back a little bit this week with helping us out.
So when did you make your decision with Ray to head to Perth?
Oh, we wanted to do this from the get-go.
Yeah.
But, you know, you never sort of finalise plans till you see how he's come back, which he did that in fantastic style at Caulfield, and then he followed up with the reason we kept him at the 1,000 off a big run first up was to give him as easy a second run as possible rather than taking on the championships, and then and that'll be a better lead into the Winterbottom. So third run in, knowing that he's got to travel and he's never travelled before and all those sorts of things, and all those boxes needed to be ticked. So we thought that was the best way into the Winterbottom to give him the best chance.
And how has he settled in?
Fantastic. He got there in the early hours of the morning, and just 4 a.m. in Perth just before. He'd already cleaned up his meal. He only had a small handful left, so he went from he got it very late at night, of course, about 1 o'clock Perth time, and he's drank his water, and he's very bright, and he's travelled over with Reed Belfer, my brother-in-law and foreperson that rides him in all of his training, and he's rapid him. He said his temperature's good and he's bright, and for the first time travelling away, he's like he's done it his whole life. So if that's the first impression, I think he's going to settle in really well to Perth lifestyle.
Talking to David Hayes with Carling Rising, he said when he went to Canterbury, it was something a little bit different for him. Obviously, it's different circumstances. You're based at Cranbourne, he's at Sha Tin or in Hong Kong. But he said he just loved life because he was the centre of attention. He had the one person looking after him, and he did a little too well there at Canterbury in the early part of his time when he travelled from Hong Kong. Do you see that with some horses when you do travel them for the first time, that they can improve a couple of lengths because of the experience and the, I guess, the stimulation of the mind?
Yeah, well, they can do, yeah. Like a change of scenery can certainly stimulate them for all the positive reasons. So, the old saying is, I was a young fella starting in the stables, that a trip away will make a horse a better horse, So, most of the trainers back in Melbourne then used to take them to Queensland in the winter, whether they raced or not, just to give them that experience. So I think that it certainly is true, and they're all different, of course. Not all of them, have positivity in their travel, but the first impression with him is that he's loving it. So I think that he's going to settle in really well. After
watching him at Caulfield a couple of starts back, you think that he'll enjoy a good track around Ascot?
Well, you would think so. You watch the races there each week, and it's not uncommon for a horse to swoop quite late that last 200 metres, and it's such a beautiful big fair track that gives everyone an opportunity. I think that based on his style and what we've seen of him in his career, I think it would suit him really well, and that was sort of one of the reasons why we're always keen. Now he's a bit older, a bit more seasoned, to have a crack at a winter bottom, because it looks as though he's the right style of horse for that race.
Do you think he's ready to take the next step and win a Group 1?
I do. I think he's the best he's ever gone this time around, and he ran terrific in an Oakley Plate, and he raced upside down in the Newmarket, so there was no guide there, but his Oakley Plate run was really good. He's got some great form around him going through the grades with Jimmy Star and horses like them that have just come on and become, probably one of our best horses in Australia at the moment, if not the best. So the form around him has been very good, and I think his win first up was incredible, and he lost no admirers the other day when things didn't go his way. So I think he well and truly deserves his chance, and it's always a bit harder at weight for age when you got overpasses, done it all before, and Joker's Grim's on the way up, so there's some really, you never get weak Group 1s. There's going to be a crackerjack race, but I do think he's ready to have his chance.
Straight home after the Winterbottom?
Most likely, but you never say never, whether you have a look at a Gold Rush or whether you just come home and give him a bit of rest and get ready for an Oakley Plate into a Newmarket again, something along those lines. So step one is to see how he handles himself in the Winterbottom, and step two is his recovery and whether we come straight home and give him a chance to have a little rest time before the autumn comes around pretty quick,
What would you think about him at 1400?
Well, we're definitely going to do it. It's just a matter of when. He's had enough options in the sprints, and he's been sharp enough in the sprints that he's been staying there. And some of the 1400 metre races weren't in the right time frame. We had to make a choice. We either stay in the sprints or go to the 14. But now he's starting to get up in that weight scale of he's probably a good time soon to have a crack at a 14. One of the things I'd like to do with him is take him to Queensland and have a look at a Stradbroke. We were going to do it last year, and he just turned his coat and sort of shut up shop and said it was time to have a rest. So we didn't go to Adelaide or Queensland, but I'd like to do that with him. On pedigree, he should run it. Magnus a lot of our Magnus horses have been very good. King Magnus and them have run those trips really well. And he's out of a Testarossa mare, and as we know, Testarossa was very sharp early days, but he also trained on to be fantastic at the 7 and the mile with all of his clashes with Redute's Choice, and he won a mile handicap, the old Emirates, the top weight from ridden back. So genetically he should do it, and at some point in time we're going to try it.
It's going to be an interesting Gold Rush because you've got those horses that'll go railway northerly back to the Gold Rush, so 16 to 18 to 14. And then you get a horse like Overpass, who will have a crack at 1400, which is a big question mark. Your horse might go there. So it's going to be a fascinating contest. It's at the end of the carnival. It's an interesting race, this Gold Rush now.
Well, it is, and then you put up sort of that sort of prize money, and you're going to get so many great horses there. And as you say, they're coming through different distances, and there's different question marks about all of them. So it's going to be an interesting race. There's no doubt about that. But our step one is just to line up well in the Winterbottom and see how he handles himself, and then go from there.
Who rides there in the Winterbottom?
No, to be confirmed. We're in the process of sort of talking, but I suppose a lot of it depends on who's committed to who and all that sort of stuff. Naturally, Jai's suspended, so he can't ride, and we've got a few discussions happening and waiting to see whether they're going to stick to their regular mounts or whether they're going to, be attracted by his form and what they think of him.
You're looking at local or more interstate?
Probably prefer local, but once again, it depends on who's going to put their hand up and will commit more than anything. So hopefully in the next 24 hours we'll have an answer on that one, and we'll let everyone know as soon as we know.
All right, we appreciate that, Robbie. What about it's a big weekend for you? Obviously, you've played such an important part in the history of Cranbourne, especially with the training facilities there, and now it's the biggest training facility in the country, and it's Cranbourne Cup Day on a Saturday, which takes centre stage in Victoria. Will you play much of a part on this day?
Most likely not, but in saying that, chances of playing a part probably strengthened a little bit yesterday because we've got Enzudo in the Cup. He's also in the Gong, and we thought Kembla Grange might suit him a little better, but the weight scale goes against his chances. And if the weather is clear, which it wasn't originally, he needs a firm track. So if Cranbourne firms up, all of a sudden the Cup comes into contention. So the short story to that topic is we're going to work that out Wednesday morning once we've had a chance to see where we get a run and if we get a run and what suits the best in terms of weather and conditions. I do think that the Kembla Grange track, the size of it would suit him better than Cranbourne, but if he draws a reasonable barrier, he can probably pop himself midfield,
I think top weight, maximum 60 kilos in that Gong, so Gringotts is going to be awfully hard to beat, isn't he?
Well, that's the thing. The weight scale, we got 53, but we'd probably really have that, 49 if it was on a free handicap scale, So that's the thing against him, whereas at Cranbourne he's weighted to his true scale. So it's going to make, competition-wise, weights and measures and all the things you look at, it's going to suit him better, Cranbourne. The track's a bit tricky because Cranbourne's, it's a bit tight from the 600 to the straight. You've got to be moving, and he likes to be left alone a bit. Last start, when he presents early, he doesn't have the strength to finish. So when he presents it late, he wins his races late, and it's a bit harder to do that at Cranbourne. But the race itself is not beyond him because he's going really well. So anyway, it's a tricky one, but a bit to think about there. But we'll see how it plays out on Wednesday.
You're a proud man from Cranbourne. You must be happy with the way that Southside Racing are going, and the days that not only set up at Cranbourne with the Cup and the Meteorite, which is the slot race, and you've got some other features there on that day as well. And then you've got Pakenham, which is a couple of weeks later in December. It seems to fit pretty well now at the end of the year.
Well, it does, yeah. I'm a passionate local, being here my whole career and watching it grow and become, the biggest and best complex in Australia and seeing the winners that it churns out here. And then we were lucky enough to win the very first turf, the very first race in the opening meeting at Pakenham, and we won the very first Cranbourne Cup, and it dropped back to a mile and was worth 500,000 with King Magnus. So, yes, if we can be competitive on either of those big days, it's a little bit extra special when you've been a part of the growth here, and very proud of what Cranbourne and Southside have become. So, fingers crossed that we can do that. We didn't land the Meteorite last year, but at least we ran second. We got close. Yeah,
I think it deserves $1 million next to its name, doesn't it, Cranbourne?
Well, last
the
year,
Cup?
we ran second with Ray, and the Meteorite or the Cup. Oh, the Cup does for sure. I mean, when King Magnus won the first year, he ran fifth in a blanket in the Emirates as the Group 1 mile, and horse alongside him that ran sixth was Mr. Brightside. So I mean, the form in the race was just outstanding, and we come back to Cranbourne, and he ended up being nearly double figure odds. That's how strong the race was. So It's got great depth to it, Cranbourne, and it times up really well at the end of the carnival there for horses to work towards it as a peak run. So I think it's well and truly going to be worth a being, very soon for sure. It's the way it's going now.
Well, you enjoy Saturday, whatever happens, especially with Ensudo, and then can't wait to see you in Perth with Ray McNeary. I think he's a great chance he'll suit WA. I'm fascinated to see who you're booking. Have you left that to Simon Miller to help you out there to try and get the jock that you wanted?
He'll have half a dozen lined up, keep them all keen. They'll be all riding work this morning. He'll have them on promises. Say, you give this a gallop, I'll kick up with the Ray. And it'll be total chaos. But anyway, no, he's looking forward to the mare to chaperone me around there.
I hope he's giving you preference over Overpass as well. Like, Overpass has just been a fly-in, basically.
Well, I seen a photo of him in the stable, so he's not tethered out the front. So we're okay, Gareth, at the moment.
Well, don't get too early there because you'll drink him under the table, as you well know. So I know that you go pretty well. But, anyway, it'll be a lot of fun there, I reckon, in Perth. We appreciate your time, Robbie, and good luck with Ray. Let us know who that jock is. Gareth. I'm going to start a market.
As soon as I know, I'll give you a call and you can announce it to those that are keen to find out,
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Gareth.
There's Robbie Griffiths. We are live from Pengaro Farm or Stud today in New Zealand. Of course, the home of the great Sir Peter Vella. And straight after this break here on Giddy Up, Sir Peter will be my special guest. So don't go anywhere. It's great to have your company wherever you may be listening on SEN Track, RSN, and also SEN Turf. And you can listen to us on the app, the SEN app and the RSN app as well. Don't go anywhere. Sir Peter Vella to join me next here on Giddy Up.
Finish the season in style. Caulfield Spring Finale, November 29. Group racing and Brad Cox headlining. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Taken to the outside, and then Marion Barden, Caetano, 300 left to go. Get the slip over on the inside, the leader from Persian Punch. Here comes Ethereal down the outside, followed by Karazi, and then May the Horse Be With You. Give the slip well clear at the 200 metre mark though. Down the outside is Ethereal starting to close. Give the slip with Ethereal coming home. Give the slip in front. Ethereal's coming hard. The Caulfield Cup winners grab the lead, and Ethereal does the double. Ethereal's won it from Give the Slip. 6 lengths Persian.
What a man she was, Ethereal. That was back in 2001 when she did the big double, the Caulfield and Melbourne Cup double, and she was in those famous blue and white hoops of the Valors. And Sir Peter Valla joins us here as our special guest on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning, because we are live from Pengaro Farm or Stud, the home of Sir Peter Valla, who's been one of the great contributors to racing in Australasia, and not just in Australasia, but worldwide, for many a year, and of course the owner of New Zealand Bloodstock. Sir Peter, it's an honour and a privilege to have you on Giddy Up. Thanks for allowing us into your beautiful property, first of all, and thanks for spending a little bit of time with us this morning here on Giddy Up.
You're very, very welcome, and it's delightful to have you come and see what we're doing here at Pengaro.
Now, what about Ethereal?
She had her 28th birthday on Sunday, just gone, and
unbelievable.
She still knows how important she is and still loves somebody to come and give her a pat. And she looks great, and she's been a beautiful part of our lives now. That was her 28th birthday on Sunday. So she's been here a while.
So how did you get Ethereal? Tell us the story there.
We bred her. We sent Cambridge Stud. Had a stallion called Rhythm that we knew very little about, and we sent her there because she was at Sir Patrick's place, rather than any knowledge, and we were just lucky enough.
I know you had a wonderful association with Laurie Laxon, and then Sheila Laxon, of course, prepared Ethereal to win that Caulfield Cup and create history there that year, to be the first female trainer to ever win a Melbourne Cup.
Yeah, amazing. And Laurie, he went to Singapore at about this time, and he said to Sheila, make sure you keep the Rhythm filly and the Jetball filly, train them both.
Yeah.
And sure enough, she did, and changed all our lives.
Yeah. And it's amazing. I just saw a picture of you that you showed me just before we came on air. You could put her through that sales ring. She looks $1 million at 28 years of age.
She's lovely. Yeah, she's we retired her after the Melbourne Cup. We wanted to give a one weight for age run, which we did in Sydney. Which she won, and that was her last start. So she retired sound and happy and healthy, and it's made a difference to her, I think.
What was it like for Sir Peter Valla to win a Melbourne Cup? Describe that feeling.
Unbelievable. It was a miracle, and a joyous occasion, and it never goes away. It's just magnificent.
Even for a New Zealander, is the Melbourne Cup the Holy Grail?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And it's been a special race for people and breeders and owners from New Zealand as well.
Absolutely. Since the beginning of the time, it's been it's what you grow up thinking about and trying to back the winner of, and yeah.
Yeah. And you're part of history. Hey, don't go anywhere. It's 8:29. We've got to take the news. So Peter Valla is my special guest on this Tuesday morning here on Giddy Up, and we've got plenty to talk about with the great man straight after this.
Good morning, making SEN News headlines. A new development has emerged in the case of former reality TV contestant Tamika Chesser, charged with killing her partner in Port Lincoln, South Australia. The 34-year-old is pregnant, but it's not clear who the father is. Residents in the Northern Territory top end are on alert as a potential cyclone threatens to develop north of the Tiwi Islands and head Darwin's way. Victorian politics in the spotlight, with the state's opposition leader facing a leadership challenge this morning. And Donald Trump now calling for Republicans to vote in favour to release the Epstein files. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Aussie NBA star Josh Giddy posted a 26-point triple-double in the Chicago Bulls overtime loss to the Utah Jazz. 8 games on today, including the Pistons and the Pacers facing off and the Cavaliers hosting the Bucks. And for Golf Box, up to 50% off for Black Friday. The final official PGA Tour event of the FedEx Cup gets underway this week, the RSM Classic.
Finish the season in style. Caulfield Spring Finale, November 29. Group racing and Brad Cox headlining. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live from Pengaro Stud, the home of Sir Peter Vella. And Sir Peter Vella is my special guest on Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. Sir Peter, you've lived an amazing life and a fascinating life. They tell me you're a school teacher back in the day.
Oh, it's correct.
Yeah.
True story. And thoroughly enjoyed it, loved it actually. Graduated Waikato Universities, went teaching at Ngarawahia, which is a high school not far north of Hamilton. And it was great years.
Did you always wanted to be a school teacher when you were growing up?
No, not really. I wanted to earn some money while I was finishing my master's degree, and that was a good way of doing it. So it was lovely years.
What did you study?
Studied economics and politics.
Okay, so that's a pretty good course for you
Yeah.
at the end of the day, Sir Peter. Tell us a little bit about a man by the name of Terry Jew.
Terry Jew, what a great man. I taught both his daughter and his son at Ngarawahia and became friends with him, and he was the one that said to me, he gave me the biggest break I got, and he said to me one day, look, if you ever have any bright ideas and for investments, then you have the bright idea and I'll fund it. And it wasn't very long after that I was staring out the window of the classroom and I saw a bare block of land down the road, and I put a proposal to him, and we bought it, made 63 sections out of it, and God bless him, that got me going. I ended up with a house, and that was it.
So did he teach you about thinking about that idea, or did you educate yourself to think, well, maybe I can make some money subdividing if he can help me out, Mr. Lou?
Yeah,
Mr. Jew, yeah.
He did. He was wonderful. And when I bought this farm, I was so proud of having bought it. This is 1980. And he said, what did you pay? And I said, I got it for $3,000 an acre. And he shook his head and he said to me, you know, I almost wish I'd never given you a start. If you're going to be that stupid and spend that much money on farmland, he said, you're a no-show. and it worried me greatly, and I've never forgotten it.
I reckon Terry would be happy with it now.
I'd say.
Yeah.
You'd have said lucky for inflation.
Yeah. So what would your advice be to the younger people out there then?
Work hard and hope for a lot, and hope for some luck. And
you'd hope some people are like Terry in a way as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They can see something in someone.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then you become a fisherman.
Well, family was when as a kid going through school and university, my father was in the fishing business, and my older brother, and I spent my holidays working, and that was the only thing I really knew. But it was when I graduated, I had only one ambition, and that was to have start a business with opinion research. And I'm talking about 1970, 71, 72. And it was being used in America, but it was unheard of here.
Just explain opinion research.
Opinion research is where you read it every day now. You take a small sample of people and ask them a set of questions and try and create a representation of the total population and then predict what's going to happen. So
a bloodstock agent.
well, I got an appointment to see the then leader of the Labor Party, and I was convinced I could win the next election for them. And he was a wonderful man. He listened for about 15 minutes, and then he said to me, "Look, that's the maddest idea I've ever heard, and I can guarantee it'll never work." And so I went back to Hamilton and thought, well, that's that. And the next option was to go in the fishing business, and that's what I did.
Do you think opinion research would work today?
Well, it doesn't. You can see it every day that they try. It's a mathematical excursion. You've got to use 1,000 people to measure the population of 3 million. It's not going to work because now, those days, everyone answered their phone and the landline, and now you just get a call on the landline, you think, who the hell is this? And you don't even press the button. So how anybody could possibly do a sample that would be representative, and we see it every day in the press, a prediction based on a sample, and no.
You can be a great fisherman, but you've got to be a great businessman. So how do you become both?
Well, good partners. My older brother was in the fish business, and after a year or so, he came and joined me in Hamilton. I had Sir Peter Talley. He was absolutely instrumental in providing me with the product to sell, and those were relationships that I was very fortunate to have. Do
you miss the fishing industry?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
How long has it been since you haven't been in that industry?
Well, it's 30 years since I diverted my attention from fishing to horses. But look, it's been an interesting period.
It's 8:38, so we're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk to you about your association with New Zealand Bloodstock and what inspired you to purchase this bloodstock business 30 years ago. Gareth Hall and the great Sir Peter Valla is my special guest this Tuesday morning here on Giddy Up.
Finish the season in style. Caulfield Spring Finale, November 29. Group racing and Brad Cox headlining. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall, my special guest here on this Tuesday morning. We're live from Pengarrow Stud, just outside of Cambridge in this beautiful part of New Zealand. And our special guest here this morning is the one and the only Sir Peter Vella. And we're having a chat about all things with basically Sir Peter Vella. And we're up to talking about what inspired you, Sir Peter, into getting into New Zealand bloodstock 30 years ago.
Well, that's a very good question. It wasn't really inspirational. It was a love of the horse and racing and all that sort of thing. But we were hobbyists, well and truly then, and it wasn't until Sir Patrick Hogan came to us and said, "Look, the ownership of this company is going to change, and the breeders would like to get organised, but we're having a little trouble. We're a bit slow at doing it." Now, this is mid-December 96, and it's going to happen in this month. So he said, "Look, would you buy it and just keep it operational for a year? In 2 years' time, we'll be organised and we'll take it back off your hands." And I said, "Yeah, well, he was such a great man that was never wrong." And I said, "Yeah, sure, we can do that, no problem at all." Well, that was the beginning of it. And the breeders decided, "Look, this is going pretty good the way it is. I don't think we need to do anything." So there it is. We've had they've been wonderful supporters of the business, and it's been delightful for us.
I think that gives you, well, it's understandable why you are such a great businessman, because to take that business over in the middle part of December when the first sale is in January, like, how long did it take you to get your head around all of this?
Oh, 10 years.
Yes.
But, yeah, you're right. I mean, to get the head around, one thing was to have the sale. That was the easy bit. And then all of a sudden, you're 30 days later, you're paying out.
Yeah.
And then you've got to collect the money.
Yeah.
And that's not the easy bit.
No. When did you realise this is what you wanted to do, however, that you fell in love with a business like this?
Look, it hadn't showed a profit for so long that we didn't anticipate. But we did manage to get a return pretty soon, and we trimmed it up, and we changed some efficiencies and bits and pieces, and made it feasible and possible. So, that's and then it's a magnificent industry all over the world. The people you meet, you never forget.
Did you have to have a mentor or talk to anyone regarding running a business like that? Was there any one individual or group of people that had an influence on you with the running of NZB?
Absolutely, there were. We were very, very lucky that we had Sir Patrick, and we had Joe Walls, who'd been in the business since the beginning of time, and he was instrumental in kicking up to us for, to buy it, and he stayed with us for many, many years to make sure we didn't do anything too silly.
So what happened in a couple of years' time when you sat down with Sir Patrick Hogan? You said, "All right then, mate, are you ready to go?" Or was it a case where you loved it that much you wouldn't have sold it back to the breeders?
No, we would have certainly done some business with them. But look, it wasn't an impossibility for us to continue. We were enjoying it, and it's a great business, a great camaraderie. It's a worldwide industry, and people have a love for the horse, and it's a great business.
Is that your love for this business? Is it because of the love of the horse that you have?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Why do you love the horse? Why do you love that horse so much? Or
Look, I don't know the answer to that, but I suppose it just started. I love having a bet, and and if you get lucky a few times, then it shades the unlucky times, and they are a lovely animal to have around. Though you go and look at Ethereal, in the paddock, and she'll come over and she's right on top of it. She knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah.
And she lets the other horses know, no, they're not coming to see you, they're coming to see me.
Yeah. Sir Patrick Hogan?
Great man.
Yeah.
Great man. Sad loss for the industry, but we were delighted to be able to remember him by naming the pavilion and the auditorium the Sir Patrick Hogan, and let's hope he's never forgotten.
What was your relationship like with Sir Patrick?
Oh, it was outstanding. Yeah, he initially, when we started breeding some foals, he used to sell them for us and everything. We didn't have a draft at the sale. We were part of the Cambridge Sud draft, and he was a man of infinite wisdom, and I admired him greatly.
So you were very successful in what you were doing, and Sir Patrick was a pioneer. He was leading the way, not only in New Zealand, but around the world. In your eyes, and describe this to our listeners, what separated Sir Patrick from the rest?
Gee, hard to he had an affinity with the horse. He had an ability to sort out the good, the bad, and the ugly, and he had the skill. If he got an ugly one, he could turn it into something useful.
Was that his greatest strength, being one of the greatest hustlers, marketers the game's ever seen?
I think his marketing ability was second to none. There's no shadow of doubt that his yearling sales were incredibly efficient and effective.
Why was it so important to Sir Patrick and the rest of the breeders to make sure that this company stayed in New Zealand?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them that. But I suppose every country likes to think that they have the sale managed by them, and I'm sure that that's a question for someone else.
Yeah. What about, did you think you'd still own it 30 years later?
No.
No.
No, I didn't.
And can you believe you're celebrating 100 years? That must make you pretty proud.
I'm delighted that we're on that mission, and we're nearly there, and 100 years is a fantastic achievement for any business. And looking back to the early days before us, and amazing group of people.
And they're just special people, aren't they, the breeders in New Zealand? And they breed special horses, great country.
Great horsemen, great climate. It's an amazing place to be in the business of breeding a horse.
Stay with us, Sir Peter. There's a few text messages coming through, but I haven't finished with you yet. I've still got so much I want to ask you. So I've got to take a break. The news isn't far away as we approach 9 o'clock. And then we'll continue on with our chat with the one and the only Sir Peter Valla, of course, the owner of New Zealand Bloodstock, who's been one hell of a contributor for racing right across Australasia and, of course, worldwide. So we'll continue on our chat with Sir Peter straight after this.
Finish the season in style. Caulfield Spring Finale, November 29. Group racing and Brad Cox headlining. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning. We're live from Pengarrow Stud, just outside of Cambridge in New Zealand, of course, as we start the Road to Karaka 26, which is the 100th year that New Zealand Bloodstock will celebrate selling thoroughbreds, which is one hell of an achievement. And what a history that organisation has in selling horses right across the world. And we all know the success that the New Zealand bred thoroughbred has had, especially in Australia, but once again all over the world. So they do celebrate one hell of a milestone there next January, and we're with the owner of NZB, Sir Peter Vella. A host of text messages coming through, 0499 736 736. We've got another 25 minutes with Sir Peter straight after the news, so we'll continue on our chat with Sir Peter. There's so much still to ask him as well, because what a life he's been able to live. So we'll take the news in just a moment. And of course, Giddy Up brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. After we finish up our interview with Sir Peter Vella, we'll find you some winners with Bag of Tips, the midweek masterclass. Mark Chittick from Waikato Stud will join us at the back end of the show just after 11 o'clock, so looking forward to that. We'll also catch up with Patrick Carberry, and we'll talk some harness racing as we face the breeze, all thanks to Gareth's Horse and Hound. So still plenty more to come on this Tuesday morning. It's 9 o'clock.
Good morning, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Firefighters have managed to put out a suspicious blaze in bushland in Perth's north. The blaze began around midnight in Kundula Regional Bushland and was put out just a few hours ago. A bushfire advice was issued. There's a twist in the case of former Beauty and the Geek contestant Tamika Chesser, who was accused of murdering her partner and cutting off his head in South Australia. The 34-year-old is pregnant and is expected to give birth early next year. It's unclear who the father is. Chesser is charged with killing her partner, 39-year-old Julian Story, at Port Lincoln. A major crash on Tasmania's West Tamar Highway has seen a 34-year-old motorcyclist killed. He reportedly collided with two vans and died later in Launceston Hospital. Donald Trump has reversed his stance, now calling for Republicans to vote in favour to release the Epstein files in the US House this week. Despite numerous pictures and videos of the US president and Jeffrey Epstein being friendly together, he says the about-face shows he has nothing to hide.
It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them. And it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax.
A new government campaign's been launched urging school leavers to celebrate safely, especially overseas. This week marks 1 year since the deaths of two Aussie teens from methanol poisoning in Laos. And 3 Aussie teams are in action today on Day 5 of the Beach Volleyball World Championships in Adelaide. Coming up next, SEN Sport. Brutal is how potential Test debutant Jake Weatherald is describing the selection crunch for the first Ashes Test. It's expected either just he or Tasmanian teammate Bo Webster will get the nod. Cameron Green is back to returning to full bowling fitness. And thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The Las Vegas Raiders, looking for its third win of the season, host the Dallas Cowboys today to see out Week 11.
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live this morning, and it's a privilege to be here as well at Pengarrow Stud, the beautiful home of Sir Peter Vella, and he's my special guest on this Tuesday morning. And we've had a great chat to him for about the last 40 minutes, and there's still plenty more to ask Sir Peter, so we'll continue on our chat here this morning. So, Sir Peter, talk us through the day you got knighted.
Oh, gosh, that was that was an amazing day.
Yeah.
I can't really remember much of the day that it all happened, but I remember I was actually in London at the time, and the notification came through, and my wife rang and told me the letter she had, and I was pretty shocked. Yeah.
And you were able to have, I don't know, was it a friendship with the Queen, the late Queen?
She was the most wonderful person you would ever meet, and I was lucky that we shared an interest in racing and horses and those sorts of things, and so I was very lucky to get to see her on a number of occasions, and she was an absolutely incredible person. She remembered all the people that she'd seen from New Zealand from the beginning of time, and she was keen and always loved to know about how they were doing and what they were doing.
And her love for racing?
Love for racing was incredible, and horses, and the pony that's in the photo there, that was her pony she rode only a month before she passed.
Yeah.
So she never lost the affection for the animal.
And we all know that she loved her horses in her home country. What did she make of the New Zealand breeding industry?
Yeah, she was interested. She knew lots about it, and always asked me after how's Sir Patrick, and and followed everything with interest.
You love Royal Ascot?
I do.
Why?
Well, you see, the best horses, I've missed 1 year in the last 40. That was the year they went to York when they were doing the alterations. It's a race meeting where you see group race after group race, and you see the future of the industry in front of you, without fail. You know, that's the collection for the best.
We're sitting just outside your house here at Pengarrow, and we've got a beautiful picture of you at Royal Ascot. And you were able to get into the Royal Carriage that particular year. Describe that particular honour and what happened.
That is the most incredible honour that you could imagine. That particular year, we were invited to lunch on the Tuesday, and then at a stage in the lunch, you're told you may be invited to go, and you might end up in one of the carriages if they're available, and that was the occasion that someone comes along and told us, look, at 20 to 2, follow Her Majesty, and you're in carriage, the second carriage. So, look, it's an indescribable joy and honour and privilege, and I'll never forget it.
So you didn't know when you rocked up there on Tuesday you would get that honour?
No, certainly not.
No. And then, so the Tuesday, did you have an opportunity, did they give you opportunity to pick the day that you wanted to do that?
I had the opportunity to choose the day to go to lunch.
Yes.
And I chose the Tuesday, and my advisor said, look, it's a bad day to pick because you're unlikely to get in the carriage. And I said, look, I'll take the risk.
Because Tuesday's, of course, the biggest day. We kick off with the Prince of the Queen Anne, of course, to kick off proceedings there. And it's the best day's racing, the Tuesday.
It's the one you don't want to miss.
So you took a punt and thought, oh, well, I'll just see how we go. And the Queen loved you enough to say, okay, then that's the biggest honour of them all, really.
No, it was a great honour, great privilege, and indescribable.
There's a lot of powerful people in world racing. Who's the most interesting person you've met along your journey?
Gee, that's a toughie. There's so many of them. I'd hate to do an injustice to...
I'll ask you a few questions about a few people then. Mr. Magnier, John Magnier.
Magnificent man, and a true developer of the industry. You know, if you think back to the days, in the early days of bringing stallions to New Zealand, you could cover 40 mares. And... He changed the face of the business by encouraging you to cover 100 or 200.
Yeah. He enjoyed a red wine, they tell me?
He did. He was a great, a very careful consumer, but but enjoyed some of the greats.
Favourite outside of rural Ascot when you've travelled around, the different farms and that? What's your favourite place to visit?
Well, New England Stud, the home of, we were lucky enough to have a young lad come here as an 18-year-old and knocked on the door and said, I want to learn about managing mares and things. And turned out to be the Earl of Derby's brother, who now runs New England Stud, and we've had a lovely relationship there for a very long time, and I love my time there.
What is it about the racing people that you love?
Well, I guess you'd all start with the same affection for an industry and an animal, and you love winning. You appreciate the difficulty of doing it. You appreciate that everyone in racing has a loser, and you share so much together.
It's quite amazing when you think about New Zealand's a country of 5 million people, and the success that you've been able to have in all sports. But at the moment, Chris Waller, our greatest trainer, at the moment, he's one of the greatest of all time. He's from New Zealand. And then James McDonald's the world's best jockey.
Yeah, amazing. Aren't we lucky?
And they just combined for their 50th Group 1 together.
Yeah, that was... that is superb. Both wonderful people, and interestingly, on that day at Royal Ascot, at the picture we're looking at, Chris and his wife were in the fourth carriage that day, and it was lovely to share that with them. And James, I enjoy every moment of his success.
Yeah. So how did you, I know James speaks highly of you, when did you build that relationship with James?
Oh, interestingly, James, they asked me to do the presentation at the awards night when he was his first year in apprentice school, might have just turned 15, and he got the award for most promising apprentice. And he came up, and all sort of 45 kilos of him, and shook my hand, and he looked at me and he said, I can't wait to ride in the blue and white hoops. And I was left shaking my head, and I thought, well, what a good kid, and I couldn't wait to get him in the blue and white hoops claiming 4 kilos either. But none of us were to know just how good he was to become.
Did you know that he'd be good with that attitude when you first met him?
I knew he had to be good. I did know his father was an accomplished horseman. His mother knew everything about the game, and so he was getting a very, very good start. And as a kid, Mark Todd's, they were neighbours, and he used to hang out with the Todd kids, and so he'd been surrounded by horsemen and horses and nothing else.
And as you've got to know him and you've mentored him, what makes him so special then, working closely with him, like I think few others have, basically?
Look, he is such an honest and industrious person and ambitious, but he can think things through. He knows the importance of where the line is drawn, and he just wants to do the best he can all of the time.
Yeah.
And it's a wonderful thing to have.
I forgot to ask you about a few other people that I'd be fascinated to get your insights with. Jerry Harvey, I see him all the time. He loves staying at Doubletree, your hotel there on the complex at NZB. What a remarkable man he is.
Unbelievably good. He's probably our best client here, and he brings his energy to it. Wonderful brain and wonderful person.
Yeah. And he's been a big supporter of New Zealand. Like, I think is he the biggest owner of broodmares in this country?
Oh, I would say for sure.
Yeah.
I would say without a shadow of a doubt would be the biggest breeder of foals in New Zealand.
Yep. Sheikh Mohammed, have you ever come across?
Well, not in, yes, I have in racing in England, but haven't been able to lure him to this part of the world yet.
Jeez, it'd be interesting to see all the vendors if the helicopter turned up and Sheikh Mohammed walked out of the helicopter.
Exactly.
What do you still want to achieve in this game?
Oh, win a nice maiden race at the weekend and go through the foals and see if we've got a group winner or two there.
So how many horses would you breed a year?
We had 42 foals this year, and we've bred a few more, Yeah, that's.
Do you keep most of them, or you sell most of them? How does that all work?
We try and keep it to a look. It's we try and keep to a small number. We try and keep to, 20 colts to sell and 20 fillies to race, and it's not easy to do because every year that you put 20 into training, you have, a number that. Come out of training that year, it's just the way it is.
What about, so you celebrate 100 years, of course, next year with the NZB. There's been so many great horses that have been sold since you took over the business. So you think would he be the best, you reckon?
He'd be right up there, no question about that.
What a remarkable horse he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, how do you think New Zealand racing's going at the moment?
Well, look, it's we've got some wonderful changes that have been made, and it's we've got a lot of enthusiastic people. We've got an incredibly lucky and fortuitous to have a Minister of Racing in the Honourable Winston Peters, who really cares about the industry and cares about the horse, and he wants it to do better.
And how important is that to have the government on side?
It's 99 out of 100.
Is that the greatest challenge you think for racing going forward, not just in this country, but I think in Australia? I think that's the biggest challenge, to make sure that you work and have a government that is on your side.
Yeah, you can't do it without.
Yeah. Did you ever think going into politics?
Nope.
Yeah, I reckon you would have made a good Prime Minister, Sir Peter.
No, that's for someone else.
Yeah. Hey, we appreciate you coming on this show. And like 100 years, as we said before, it's going to be some celebration next year. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're looking forward to it, to honour all those that have contributed to it, and hopefully we make a good job of it.
More importantly, what horses do you think we should be buying from your catalogue there, from your draft at Pengarrow? Because I found a filly by Prasia. That obviously is related to Maison Louis, who won the Queensland Derby.
Well, yeah, that's a Prasia filly, half to Maison Louis.
That'll do us.
Out of Côte d'Or, who was... she was by McPhee, but she won 8 times, including a stakes race, and traced back to Richebourg. That's the great family, the Darcy Brahma and Ethereal and Burgundy and Pure Elegance and all of them.
And I don't think we've ever had, or New Zealand's had they've had obviously some superstar stallions, but from a collective point of view, the stallions, the stallion rosters right across New Zealand are pretty strong at the moment.
They are, yeah. They definitely are, and we've been lucky that we've transitioned, going back to the Sovereign Editions and go. So Tristram and transition to the Zabeel and then Zavabil.
Yeah.
very, very lucky indeed, and long may that continue.
Who's been your favourite stallion before we let you go?
I think Sir Tristram has to be,
Yeah.
because I was encouraged to buy a share in him when I knew nothing about them, and it was $1,500, and I think the last bonus I got was something like 300,000. So I decided it was a pretty easy game, you know, if you can.
Yes.
And so that was my first, and I loved him.
And the last one, this is the last one, I promise you. For people out there, obviously you've had so much success from a school teacher that made us being such a successful businessman with your fishing business, and then obviously what you've been able to do with NZB and the other businesses that you've had. Then obviously to go and meet the Queen and have this wonderful life. What would your advice be to people out there?
Well,
especially the younger generation that dream big.
Yeah, I'd say I was taught often most days that success will only come before work in the dictionary.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Yeah.
And if you want success, there's only one shortcut, and that's hard work.
Yeah. The harder you work, the luckier you get.
I couldn't agree more.
Sir Peter, thanks very much for having us here on Giddy Up. It's been a privilege and an honour to be here first of all, but have a chat to you. And from a racing fan, I'd just like to thank you for everything that you've done, especially for the New Zealand breeding industry, because New Zealand's such an important part of the Australian racing culture. And without New Zealand, Australia's not hasn't had the success that it's been able to have. And all the work and the people that you've helped over the years, I think you should be proud, and racing's very lucky to have you.
Well, look, that's very kind of you to say, but we're lucky to have Australia on our doorstep. Make no mistake about that.
I think
and we appreciate it.
Yeah, we're lucky to have both of us.
Yeah.
Good on you, Sir Peter. Thanks for that.
Thanks.
There's the great Sir Peter Valley. We'll come back with plenty more. This is a special Giddy Up, live from New Zealand as we continue the road to Karaka 2026.
Finish the season in style. Caulfield Spring Finale, November 29. Group racing and Brad Cox headlining. Tickets at Ticketek. Live across Australia on SEN Track. Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's now time for the Midweek Masterclass.
We'll find you a few winners right across the country with the Metro Gallops meetings on a Wednesday. This is the Midweek Masterclass, thanks to Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. Mark Roden joins us. We're at Canterbury Park on a Wednesday afternoon. Hello to you, Mark.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thank you. 7 races there from Canterbury. You think we'll be on a good track?
Yeah, certainly. It's going to be 31 degrees up there tomorrow, I think. So, yep,
perfect.
For sure.
That's God's country type of thing there at Canterbury, isn't it? Unbelievable stuff. Not really. I'm in Cambridge at the moment. This is God's country, but it's good to see Canterbury have a dry day anyway. So what are we backing there tomorrow?
Yeah, a couple of runners of interest I thought tomorrow. Starting in race 4, reasonably competitive mares race, benchmark 64. I've come up with number 8, Mother Goose, Godolphin runner, trained by Gary Portelli. First run for the stable last start at Weil, led and was run over by a reasonably smart horse in My Bella Vista, I thought. Gave a pretty good account of itself from the lead, though. Don't think it has the lead here. There's plenty of speed in this race. I think it can just sit off maybe in the second or third pair and get over the top of them. I've got a favourite. You can get, 460 and better. Number 3, Tequila Baby's favourite. I think it's a risk at 1,200. It's also drawn 9, so it's either going to be a risk of being caught wide or used early, and with the that little risk at 1,200, I think it's vulnerable. I think Mother Goose with the right one run is the one to beat. Beautiful.
What else have you got for us?
Yeah, over to the last, race 7. This is a 5-year-old and up, 1,250 metre, benchmark 72. Quite taken with the trials of number 13, Be Quiet, who, despite being 5 years old, is reasonably lightly raced. Never won past 1,000, but the way it's been closing off in its trials, particularly its last trial, I don't think 1,100 is going to be an issue. It's drawn for a very soft run in one. I think it's a bit like Mother Goose can just sit off a pretty hot tempo, and if it gets the breaks from barrier 1, that's going to be the issue because it might be a bit chaotic up front. It could get over the top of them. Power of the Brave is an interesting runner for data fans. It comes out of an incredibly fast race at Randwick last start, but It was 20-1 that day, and whether it repeats, I just don't know, especially at 1,100.
Looking at the fluctuations there with Bet365, they're backing, remember, Jack in that last race because your tip, Be Quiet's been easy, probably opened up too short, $2.80 out to $4.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Remember Jack's emergency, by the way, I think, and there's no
scratchings.
It's the emergency in the race and there's no scratching it, so I don't know what's going on. Look, remember Jack's a chance. I think it's second up Annabelle and Rob this prep, so look, it hasn't run a place in about its last 8 or 10 starts. I'm starting into it has got me flummoxed, and with the previous camp, it was just a highway horse too. It's a bit too good for me to move for that one, to be honest.
Well, it sounds like it that they're just having a punt. Hopefully, they thought the $15 is too big, and they
quite possibly, yeah.
So let's hope it gets a start. Then it sounds like.
Yeah, might make the market for our one.
Beautiful. Thanks for that, Mark. Appreciate it, mate.
No worries. See ya.
There's Mark Roden. Check out racingqueensland.com.au for where Queensland is racing today. Always great to catch up with Chris Nelson. Let's hope it's a nice day there in Brisbane town there tomorrow. Soft 6 at the moment. The rail's out 5 metres for this meeting at Doomben. Hello, Chriso.
Good morning to you, Gareth.
Where do we start with your place?
I just mentioned there's soft 6. It's pretty warm and sunny, so I'd say we'll get back to near enough to a good 4. We're looking at this stage at the final 2 races. Now, race 7, number 3, Breezen for Darren Bell and Jag Guthman-Chester. Pretty strong form lines for this mare. She's only won 1 of 12, but she's placed on a further 7 occasions. She ran second to Ready to Ship at the Sunny Coast 2-back. We saw that one come out and win on Saturday at Doomben, and she ran second last time, so Now Is the Hour. It was in a Saturday grade race at Eagle Farm. So she's got the right form. She finds the right race. She gets her chance tomorrow. Race 7, number 3, Breezen. And the last race, race 8, number 11, one of Tony Gollan's here in Live a Little. Ryan Maloney will ride. Now, drawn awkwardly on paper, on first glances, you'd have to say, but look, he gets back in his races anyway, so that won't make any difference. He's been finding the line really well of late. Goes from 1,400 up to the 1,600 metres plus tomorrow, and to be totally honest, I can't see a lot there to beat him. So I think he looks a good bet in the last race at this stage. That's race 8, number 11, Live a Little.
We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Make sure you live a lot. Thanks for that, Christo.
I'll do my best. Thanks, Gareth. Cheers.
Check out racingqueensland.com.au for where Queensland is racing today. I'll take the news, Bitch Lewis, to go through his best tomorrow afternoon at the Heath at Caulfield and also at Murray Bridge.
Good morning, making SEN News headlines. Victorian politics in the spotlight with the state's opposition leader Brad Batten losing a leadership spill motion this morning. A new development has emerged in the case of former reality TV contestant Tamika Chesser, charged with killing her partner in Port Lincoln, South Australia. The 34-year-old is pregnant, but it's not clear who the father is. Residents in the Northern Territory top end are on alert as a potential cyclone threatens to develop north of the Tiwi Islands and head Darwin's way. And Donald Trump now calling for Republicans to vote in favour to release the Epstein files. Up next, SEN Sport. Brutal is how potential Test debutant Jake Weatherald is describing the selection crunch for the first Ashes Test. It's expected either just he or Tasmanian teammate Bo Webster will get the nod. Cameron Green is back to returning to full bowling fitness. And thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly, the Las Vegas Raiders, looking for its third win of the season, host the Dallas Cowboys today to see out Week 11.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We'll continue on the midweek masterclass. It's 8 races there at Caulfield tomorrow. At the moment, the rail's out 2 metres the entire circuit, and we're on a good 4. Hello to you, Mitchy Lewis, who joins us now to go through his best.
Good morning, G. Heath played pretty well last week, so
It did.
I mean, Rayo only goes out slightly. I'd suggest probably the same thing. It won't be too far different.
What do you like on this card?
I don't mind a few kicking off early, G. Early season 2-year-olds. Fraught with danger sometimes, but I like Angelic Rise, the 5 for the Hayes team. We know they've got a good record with their 2-year-olds. I just think was coming into that debut run in the English Banner down the straight. I'm not sure it appreciated the sticky conditions, and we knew leading was tough. So back around a bend here and from barrier 3, I think will suit. I think the horse leads, and I think with the race experience edge, she looks a good chance.
J.D. Hayes gave her a good push before that Flemington meeting as well, and they bet $5 with Bet 365 into $2.90. What else have you got for us?
Race 4, I nearly think it's a racing 2 between the 4 for Roshi and the 6 Edgerton. There's been a good little push for Edgerton resuming. I think that's the way I'd want to be leading. He's got a decent record first up. Ran some really good races, winning twice in a row there at Pakenham, and then probably just got caught out when in the market on a heavy track at Mornington. So I think she can resume in some pretty good order. Feroci's the clear danger with the race fitness, but I'm going to lean the way of Edgerton G. And then race 5, I don't mind the 5, Hustle and Heels. Feels short enough now, though, but if I'm seeing a leader-ish track, I think that's the go. And then the one with a little bit of value, race 7, number 4, Serena. Third up now, this horse is a winner third up. It's going to push forwards from barrier 3. 1600 probably suits, and I think the race it comes out of behind Fear No Evil on Bendigo Cup Day is a pretty good race, and this is a drop in grade. So I like Serena as probably one of my more value plays on the day.
Around $6 there with Bet365 Serena in that 7th race. Anything there at Mount Gambier? I should say Murray Bridge there on a Wednesday afternoon.
Yep. Look, markets have been coming out really late here in SA, so it's a little bit tricky. The one I'm worried it's going to come up short, but I'm keen on race 2, number 9, mostly for show. I think this horse resumes, or it drops in grade, first time in maiden grade. It's run second in a Group 3 behind Ethereum Girl last prep. It looks the right horse, drawn well, gets the right run. And then hopefully we're going to get a little bit of value in race 4 for horse number 4, Creek G. This is a ex-James Cummings horse. It was pretty solid there first up in a city-level race, dropping in grade here today. Will be suited, rising in trip at Murray Bridge. So Creek for me, second up. Hopefully, like I said, we're going to touch more value.
We'll catch up with you tomorrow. Thanks for that, Mitch.
Sounds good, mate. Have a good day. Enjoy yourself.
There we go. There's Mitchy Lewis there. And that is the midweek masterclass on this Tuesday, all thanks to Robot Building Supplies. Great friends of ours, Robot Building Supplies, helping you get the right products for the job at a better price. Bag of Tips will be next here on Giddy Up. It is 9:37.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up bag of tips for Oz Equipment Rentals. Supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's 9:42. Time to find your few winners with bag of tips today across the three codes. Always thanks to Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. The mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee, just down the road from Swan Hill. Swing by for a cold beer. And Oz Equipment Rentals, supply equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com. We're racing Victoria Kyneton, and it's an 9-race program. Last time they raced at Kyneton on Kyneton Cup Day, Dave Strelaw, the Sultan, had a dead-set day out. He's a superstar for Racing.com. Love his podcast, of course, with Nick Foote. The two units have been dominating of late, and the Salts joins us here on Giddy Up. Good morning to you, Salts. Thanks for your time.
Gareth, good morning. Good to be here, mate. Hope things are well.
Yes, we're about to have our first glass of red here at Pengaro. We're just waiting for it to tick over to 12 o'clock, so they're going really well. In fact, I'll do it in a couple of hours. So Peter's just I'll have to wait for a couple of hours, Hutchie, before I finish my show at 2 o'clock. What are we doing today at Kyneton, brother? Where do we start with your best bets?
As you mentioned, 9-race program.
Yes.
I'll be happy to get away with just a couple here.
Yep.
There was a lot of acceptors, big fields, tough day racing. Still, even though we sort of somewhat predicted the way the track was going to play on Cup Day when it was wet, now it's a good 4 rail out. It's still not a track that is all that trustworthy in terms of predicting a pattern, but we've got a few plays across the program. Race 5 is my best bet. Ariane. This mare was okay last preparation, but it's a pretty weak maiden this, and she's actually jumped out quite well. And the 2 horses that she held through the line in a recent Mornington jump out have gone and won since. So, look, I know jump out form and it's you can't assess it like race day form in terms of being a form race, but still, if she's moves well and the 2 that she's held off have really gone on and run good races since, you can sort of take a little bit of a lead that she's going okay at home. So she's my best of the day, race 5, number 1. Next best comes up in race 8, the 5, Sugar and Sweet. She was pretty strong late fresh, suited by a rise in distance. Not a great deal of early speed here, but Jared Fryer, who does ride her a fair bit, just might be able to offset that wide draw. She can sort of mix her gate speed a little bit, but I wouldn't mind her to be too far off them. Race 8, number 5. A little bit of a price there as well. And my best roughie, actually, if we go back a race, is race 7, number 12, Enigmatize. No jockey declared at first acceptances, and still no jockey now as of 9:45, which, generally I'd like to know who's riding the horse before I put money on it. But they put up $31, and I just thought the first up run for the new stable at St Arnaud in a weaker race was actually pretty good. She gets better over further. She's won or competed in races over 2,000 metres with the former camp, and 1,200 metres was short of her best first up. So I did nibble that early price. Now about $17, I think, sitting around the right price, but who rides it will probably dictate whether it gets backed or drifts.
So race 5, number 1, race 8, number 5, and race 7, number 12. The last 2 are very good prices. What about a quaddie?
Yeah, we've gone relatively wide, just 4 by 4 really. 3, 6, 7, 12. Obviously 9 races. First leg comes up in race 6. Leg 2, 3, 4, 6, 12. Leg 3, 1, 3, 5, 7, and bring it home with 2, 4, 7, 8.
So first leg 3, 6, 7, and 12. Second leg 3, 4, 6, and 12. Third leg 1, 3, 5, and 7. And the final leg 2, 4, 7, and 8. They tell me Mitch Beer is heartbroken that you're not turning up for the gong again, Salts.
Yeah, it was good. Great day out on track. What's the weather doing there this year?
I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, okay, because last year they got lucky because the Saturday after, the races got called off on a heavy 900. No, it's a good experience. If you're in the area, get down there.
Yeah.
But I'm disappointed I'm not going too because he's pretty generous, Mitch. He doesn't mind throwing the card across the table when you go out for dinner as well. So I'm looking forward to catching up with him for dinner at some stage.
Well, you enjoy kiting today, Salts. We appreciate you coming on, and hopefully you get the quaddie.
Thanks, mate. On air, 1 o'clock. Tune in. Cheers.
Beautiful, Will, mate. That's on racing.com. There's Dave Streel or the Sultan. Sam Hyland now, he's got a few winners at Kyneton. Race 7, number 6 is his best bet there at Kyneton. At Scone, race 3, number 2, Bluebird Boy. And Maeve at Roma, with that meeting postponed at Roma from Saturday for their cup meeting, race 3, number 8. Luke Ovanessian at Scone likes race 3, number 5, Lays About, so that's race 3, number 5. And race 7, number 14, Cold Capital. Race 3, number 5, race 7, number 14. And Darren Carroll at the Shepherd and Trots likes race 4, number 2, She's Very Sweet. And race 9, number 1, Art of Fire. Thanks to Harness Racing New South Wales, the home of the Carnival of Cups, where Australian music royalty meets quality harness racing action. Amanda Rando doesn't have any winners for us today, but Michael Dumacy does. At Newcastle, race 6, number 5, Illawong Danny, and race 7, number 1, Lil's Nightmare. And at Wagga, he's playing a couple. Race 1, number 1, Jillaby Rider, and race 3, number 3, Most Certain Mickey. A lot of my listeners know how good Darren Carroll is when he's tipping harness horses. This man's a genius as well. I speak of Glenn Moore. He's made a living out of backing winners in WA harness racing for decades. And at Gloucester Park tonight, the man that they call Silky likes race 3, number 12, At the Pointy End. Race 4, number 6, Mad Monday. And race 5, number 12, Aram. Race 3, number 12, race 4, number 6, and race 5, number 12 at Gloucester Park for G. Moore. And Brett Honey, who's our greyhound expert here on Giddy Up when it comes to the WA dogs. Good on you, Brett. Thanks for joining the team. He likes race 5, number 1, Flexible Power each way. Race 8, number 7, Geordie Lad. And race 11, number 7, Disco Daisy. So race 5, number 1, race 8, number 7, race 11, number 7. And Tassie is the perfect place to race. Jason Campbell at the Launceston Dogs today likes a couple. Race 7, number 5, Acadian Ruby. And race 8, number 2, Is It Me? We'll take a break here on Giddy Up. After it, we'll catch up with Dean Watling and Manny Morton for trial time.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Now on Giddy Up, it's time for Trial Time with Dean Watling.
Good morning to you, Dino.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thank you. Let's get stuck into your top 5 triallers from last week. We'll start with Gary Portelli's Gallopers Stormfields.
He's in a bit of form at the moment, Gary Portelli.
Since you potted him, he's jumped out of the ground. Unbelievable.
I didn't pot him. I said he's got some nice horses at the trial. So he had that win, obviously, at Flemington. He stepped out a couple of nice young horses. He's got another one here in Stormfield. Been off the scene a while, 42 weeks. Had sort of form around a couple of nice types in its first campaign. Obviously had an issue, but back now. First trial was over 821 metres behind Catch the Glory, which is a nice course to get a guide off, and back this up with another win over Catch the Glory over the 801 metre distance there at Warwick Farm. So back-to-back strong trials on speed. I think Stormfield will get the job done first or second up this prep, G.
Mono Crew for Kira Mars, number 4.
Interesting filly. Snitzel, 3-year-old filly. She debuted in a strong enough race at Gosford when starting $4.40, so there was market expectation. Obviously failed to handle that occasion. Ran 10 out of 10. Given 22 weeks off, sneaky good first trial and even better second trial here. It was fast time, sat off speed. Wasn't after anything in the straight, typical Kira Mar trial, but she rocketed through and late in that trial. So she's one that might come up at odds, G, first up. So Mono Crew goes in the mix as number 4.
Then we go to your favourite, one of your favourite trainers, Bjorn Baker, who prepares Unleashing. It's a daughter of Done Deal that's caught your eye at the trial.
Yeah, she's caught my eye. She caught a lot of punters' eyes last prep. Obviously, she debuted back there in Mudging, got a win, which Bjorn often does, gets the confidence up. Then she went to town in a second start, ran second. And in a third start, she was only beaten 1.5 lengths by a horse by the name of Private Harry and Midnight Dynamite. So that reads really well. She's another, though, She's had 46 weeks off, so obviously a step back, but she looked really good in her action in the latest trial down the outside. Look for a second trial now, and Unleashing with 2 E's will be back to the races.
Yeah, so that's UNLEESHING for Unleashing. Number 2, West of Africa for the Archibalds.
Yeah, progressive gelding. He just keeps coming back that length or two better each preparation. Obviously gets back in his races, which is his kryptonite somewhat, but I love the tactical versatility he showed in his latest hit out over the 801 metres behind Be Quiet and the Black Cloud. Sat a lot more handy, and he was just trucking to the line. Rob and Annabelle Archibald, somewhat hard to get a guide on when their horses peak and trough, but what I do like is that when their horses are first up, trialling well. We saw Tune do that a couple of Saturdays ago, and they're a good stable to follow first up. So West of Africa goes in the mix for the off-season.
And the great Mark Waugh leads the ownership group there in National News, trained by his wonderful wife, Kim Waugh, is your number 1 trialer.
Yeah, well, the Ashes start this week. Mark Waugh, a bit of flavour about that, G-Man. But no, National News, Kim does get a couple of handy tops. He could sort of trust her off the trials. This was over 1,000 metres at Wyong. Love the time and love the action of this 3-year-old filly. She looked more so like a 3-year-old colt, built really well, and was trucking through the line. That was 1,000 metres. I'd love to see another trial. I don't really like horses going to the races off the one singular trial. So hopefully Tim steps National News out again. 3-year-old filly by Churchill. And she is our number 1 trial this week, Gareth. So put that in your black book.
Any black bookers that we should be backing? I've got about 30 seconds.
Slimph tomorrow, G-Man. We're obviously back at Canterbury on the quick backup. There's a nice horse in that called Itchy Coley. As well, but Slimph in race number 2 at Canterbury will be a bet there tomorrow for me.
Good on you, Dino. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, G-Man.
So number 5, Stormfields for Portelli. Mono Crew number 4 for Kira Ma. Number 3, Unleashing, Bjorn Baker. Number 2, West of Africa for the Archibalds. The number 1, National News, this filly for Kim Waugh, is the number 1 trialer from last week for Dean Watling. Time for the news. Matty Morton will continue on Trial Time next.
Good morning, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Geelong is being accused of passing the buck after naming 12 doctors who worked at the club as part of a landmark concussion class action. Working at the club between 1985 and 2023, they've been named in a third-party notice as part of the class action led by Premiership player Max Rook. Geelong is seeking compensation from the doctors if it's ordered to pay damages to Rook and other players. It's unclear who the father is of Tamika Chess's unborn baby. The former Beauty and the Geek contestant was charged with killing and dismembering her partner back in June in Port Lincoln in SA. With revelations today, she's pregnant. She's currently being held under a mental health detention order following the death of Julian Story. It's unclear whether she'll be able to keep the baby when it's born early next year. Parents are being urged to avoid buying cheap battery-operated toys online, especially heading into Christmas. A Choice study found from 24 items bought from sites like Shine and Amazon, 17 failed button battery safety standards. Rosie Thomas from Choice has told the ABC it's not worth the risk.
These are really serious concerns because the harms from button batteries can be catastrophic within hours if a small child ingests them.
Australian man Johnson Wen has been jailed for 9 days for charging at Ariana Grande at the Wicked for Good premiere in Singapore last week. And Day 5 of the Beach Volleyball World Championships in Adelaide will see 3 Aussie teams in action today. Coming up next, SEN Sport. The Perth pitch ahead of Friday's Ashes opener is expected to be batter-friendly early on before deteriorating. Temps in the WA capital will be in the high 20s and low 30s with possible storms and showers for the rest of the week, with the pitch expected to dry out by Friday. And in NFL, thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The Dallas Cowboys are in Las Vegas to take on the Raiders to see out Week 11.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Trial time with Matty Morton.
Time to catch up now with Matty Morton as we continue on trial time here on Giddy Up. It is 4 minutes past 10. We've got a busy hour coming your way as well. Patrick Carberry, the star jockey from the West, who missed out on the ride on Joker's Grin on Saturday there in the Colonel Rees because of concussion. So we'll get an update on Paddy's health. John Thompson will join us, one of the superstar breeders, of course, from New Zealand. He's my special guest shortly. And then Facing the Breeze with Gary Hall Jr. and Adam Hamilton. But let's catch up now with Matty Morton with Trial Time. Hello to you, Matty.
Good morning, Gareth. Good morning, listeners.
We'll start with Flemington Friday. You found one from Danny O'Brien's camp, which is your number 5 trialer in South Yarra Bell.
Yeah, a bit of left field this one, South Yarra Bell. She was easy to back and got into all sorts of bother on debut at Yarra Valley recently. Still not used to not saying Yarra Glen. Looks capable of better than that performance and should be forgiven the run. She jumped to the front on Friday and easily took care of 3 winners, including a horse rated 91 when leading throughout.
Look to have a bit in reserve on the line and is worth keeping an eye out for in another maiden soon.
Beautiful. Arkansas Kid at Flemington on Friday you found as well?
Yeah, Arkansas Kid returned after a couple of months off with a handy effort on Friday. Cruised around widest of all off the speed before idling up to the winner, Marble 9, late on. Wasn't asked to go by with plenty in hand and had the leader easily covered for mine. The Hayes camp avoided the tougher races through the spring and are a handy candidate for some of the better prizes available over the next 6 weeks.
Medea, this is a horse we're talking about with Brent Taylor from Trelawney Stud there in New Zealand. They're excited about what this mare can do. I think she returns maybe at one of the Country Cup meetings, maybe Ballarat Saturday week, or could even be Cranbourne on Saturday anyway, that you found her at the Flemington Jump Outs. Number 3 for Medea.
Yeah, I'm not sure I saw her in the entries at Cranbourne, but the lightly raced and progressive mare Medea is another that was held back through the spring by the Hayes camp. She returned with a very soft jump out 2 weeks ago and was asked to do very little again on Friday. In spite of the lack of vigour, Medea cruised to a back-style victory without a single question being asked by Luke Curry. A winner of 3 out of 4 starts, and she'll be very hard to beat again at 1,400 plus when stepping out on race day over the summer.
You found Morning Whisper at Cranbourne, another one for Kira Murray, your number 2 trialer.
Absolutely. Another 2-year-old, a bit like Calamari Ring, who won for us the other week at Flemington. Unraced written tycoon filly Morning Whisper is a homebred for Yulong out of a mare who won her first couple of starts at 2, including a stakes race. Morning Whisper certainly looked well named when stepping out yesterday, and she'll have plenty of tongues wagging after that performance. Straight on the bunny, held together all the way in the 4 wide lane, and won with plenty in hand. The time is good, and she'll be hard to beat on debut. We'll probably have another morning appearance before race day, so I'll be keeping a close eye out for her.
And number 1 is Job Done for the Price and Kent Junior camp.
Yeah, he's a lightly raced 3-year-old Job Done and was impressive on debut at Seymour before a solid effort in an excellent form race at Flemington behind Jimmy Ricard. I think half the field came out and won next start or the start after, subsequent to that race. He's returned in good order with 2 solid efforts. First time out, he was asked to do very little bit of close second 2 weeks ago. Put in a similar performance again yesterday when held together outside the leader before going down narrowly to the Bolter, who was ridden out to score. Job Done looked to have plenty in hand and is ready to go. He's got plenty of upside off a mark of 63 and should add to his tally soon. Might be even better if he can find a good track.
So 5 South Yarra Bell for Danny O'Brien, 4 Arkansas Kid for Team Hayes, Medea number 3 for Team Hayes, number 2 Morning Whisper for Kira Murray, number 1 Job Done is your number 1 trial there from last week for Matty Morton. Any horses that we should be backing, Matty?
Yeah, another one that's been a good horse for me. B and Chelly steps out at Cranbourne on Saturday, I think, on the big meeting there on Saturday.
Good to hear you're in fine health, Matty. Great to have you back on the show, of course, for the last couple of weeks, and we appreciate your time as always.
Thank you, Gareth. Cheers.
Let's catch up with this superstar, Patrick Carberry. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him riding Joker's Grin last Saturday in the Colonel Reeves, of course, the second favourite with Bet365 for the winner bottom, after he suffered a bad concussion there last Thursday at Bunbury. So I thought we'll check in with the great man to see how he is. Patrick, welcome to Giddy Up. Good morning to you.
Gareth, good morning to you. How's New Zealand?
Yeah, it is beautiful, mate. We're at Sir Peter Vella's property this morning, and it's unbelievable, really. It is God's country everywhere you look here. We're staying at Trelawney Stud. We went to Waikato Stud there yesterday. So having a lot of fun, mate. I'll see if I can find you a couple of horses.
New Zealand's a beautiful place. Magic place.
How are you going, mate, more importantly?
Yeah, going well. Going better than I was last Thursday, that's for sure.
Yeah. How bad was this concussion?
When I was seeing the doctor on Friday, he classed it as a mild concussion. I don't know how they class it, but certainly knocked me around. But back on track now, and just got to go through the concussion protocol of the 12 days and get back into it.
So what is the process then from a jockey's perspective? Are you allowed to ride horses? How does this all work?
No, not allowed to ride at all. I guess it's different to the footy players where they can still train to a point, but not allowed to ride at all. Just do other things to keep active and fit, and just get through the 12 days.
So you're confident you'll be able to pass the next test you do to get through these protocols?
Yeah, very confident. The doctor was surprised how sharp I was on the Friday when I went and seen him. I don't know, compared to me being sharp, he might not know how I am normally, but I was happy to hear that. But I was surprised how well I felt considering how I was on the Thursday. Obviously disappointing to miss out on riding on Saturday, but there's a lot of people, had worse days than me on that Thursday, so always look for the positives.
How did you go watching Joker's Grin last Saturday?
It was really weird, to be honest. Obviously, sitting at home watching him, spoke to Sean at length on the Friday and told him everything that you need to know, and a lot of things that no one else would know because no one else has really sat on him at all. But it was an awkward watch for me, but great to see him win so well again. And Bernie's really happy with how he's come through. He said he's extremely surprised how well he's come through the run. He always usually bounces out of his runs well, but he's tickled pink with how he's come through, even better than he could have imagined.
I'm fascinated. What was the messages you really wanted to get across to Sean when you had that discussion on Friday?
I guess it's hard to. You can tell everything you know about a horse, but till someone actually rides it, I've been in the same position. Till you actually ride a horse, there's things that you take on board, but you don't, till you actually ride them, you don't really know what someone's talking about. And I just sort of said to him, he can quicken up good and just back him in. And when I spoke to him on the way home, he was on the way home from the races, and he called me. He said, he was better than I thought he was. So till you actually ride him and whatever, it's sort of you'd always take it on board, but. Yeah, he was very surprised with the horse that he is.
Peter Anthony says after watching him on Saturday and looking at his data, he'd be awfully competitive in an Everest. How good is he, Paddy?
Yeah, he's. We believe we haven't even touched his ceiling yet, to be honest. He did get offered our Everest slot after he won the Quokka, but the connections were keen to keep him home and let him furnish out and mature. And as you know, he's only had, short amount of starts, and he's relatively still a baby, very big horse. And we're still not sure where he'll end up. He's all class.
Will he be better over, will he be better over 1,400 metres, Paddy?
Well, he's taken a while to teach him to settle. But he gives you he's got the action of a horse that could get a mile, but that depends on how much he will settle. Obviously, as you can see with the class, as the class has improved that he's stepped up into, there's obviously more genuine pace in better class races, and he's a lot better when there is better speed on. So. But anyway, at the moment he is where he is, 1,200, and be interesting to see if he gets to the gold rush and see where he's at in the 1,400.
So when will you start riding again? This time next week?
Correct.
Yep. Well, you look after yourself, Paddy. Heaps of boxing, brother. There's no better big-time rider in WA than yourself. Your record speaks for itself on the biggest stage of all. So enjoy the build-up to the Winterbottom, and make sure you get those keys back from Donga.
I've already got them back, don't worry.
Was that your choice with Bernie?
No, it was Bernie's choice, yeah. Bernie and the owners, I would stay out of that sort of thing. Obviously, if it was my choice, Thursday wouldn't have happened.
No.
There would have been no keys coming out of my pocket. But, certainly looking forward to getting back and getting amongst it and hopefully snaring my first Winterbottom.
Yep, you go and get him, mate. And I'll tell you what, if the doc's listening, you passed the test already. You were superb. We appreciate you coming on and giving us that update as well.
Always a pleasure. Cheers, Gareth.
There's Patrick Carberry there. We'll take a break. We'll come back with plenty more. This is Giddy Up on this Tuesday morning, live from New Zealand. Our next guest is one of the great breeders, based, of course, in New Zealand. I speak of John Thompson. What a job he has done with his farm. He'll be my special guest next.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live, of course, from New Zealand. It's a pleasure to be here as well. We're having a wow of a time. It's great to catch up with all of our guests. And, of course, Giddy Up is brought to you by Bet365. It's never ordinary when it's brought to you by Bet365. Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. We're live from Pengarrow Stud, of course, the home of Sir Peter Vella. And we had Sir Peter on earlier on this morning. We had a lot of terrific feedback catching up with Sir Peter. You can listen to that interview. Just subscribe to Giddy Up with Gareth Hall with your local podcast subscriber, and you can listen back to that interview this morning. But one of the great breeders in New Zealand, of course, is a man by the name of John Thompson from Rich Hill, who has got one hell of a stallion roster once again this season. And obviously he'll be participating strongly at Karaka in 2026. And John, I caught up with him accidentally in a way there at Christchurch during Cup Week. I met your beautiful wife, Colleen, as I say hello to you, John. Thanks for joining us as always, mate, when we head to New Zealand.
Cheers, Gareth. Great to be here. I hope you're not inferring I'm beautiful as well.
You are a gorgeous man. Don't worry about that, John. How many years? We celebrate 100 years for NZB. How many years have you been participating in that 100 years?
Well, look, Rich Hill's been in existence. This is our 31st year now,
yes.
So since we founded it. But before that, I used to go to Trentham, and my parents bred horses, just a few. Dad was an equine vet and had a few mares, and I used to go down to Trentham when I was, late teens and help out down there. So that was back in the early 80s, I suppose.
Yeah.
So, it's been a while, Gareth.
And your journey through all this, I was talking to Colleen on Friday night, and she said it wasn't easy at the start, and you've had to work really hard to have the success that you're having today.
Yeah, well, that's probably a little bit happens in our industry, doesn't it? You get out what you put in, and I think there's a lot of people. I'm not Robinson Crusoe like that. There's a lot of people who've worked hard and done well, and it's a tremendous feeling of satisfaction when you achieve results. And it is a lot of hard work, a lot of dedication, and a lot of attention to detail.
Yeah, your greatest moment in this game. What's the most proudest? What are you most proud of when you think, of course, of your wonderful farm there, Rich Hill?
Well, I suppose when you go into the stallion game, your ultimate goal is to stand a champion stallion, and
yes.
It doesn't happen very often. There's some great stallions over the years. I can name many of them that have never achieved champion size status. So I guess the day Poisier was crowned champion stallion, particularly the competition he had knock off Savabeel, who I think had been champion stallion for 9 years in succession or something along those lines. So that was one of my greatest moments, particularly in breeding. Probably in racing, I suppose, to breed a Melbourne Cup winner.
It's pretty good fun.
Yeah, you just still remember that to the day, the accolades and the attention and the satisfaction. So
we're talking to Sir Peter Vella about owning a Melbourne Cup winner, but breeding a Melbourne Cup winner. That was shocking.
No, shocking.
You've got shocking standing,
Yeah, we stand shocking. It was a horse called Prince of Penzance. At the time was by one of our stallions, Pentai, who was a great stallion, but again, he didn't achieve champion status, but he sided 16 Group 1 winners, including the likes of Prince of Penzance.
A little bit of history there. So Michelle Payne, the first female jockey to win a Melbourne Cup aboard Prince of Penzance, and Sir Peter was obviously with Sheila Laxon was the first female trainer to win a Melbourne Cup. So there you go.
Oh, well, Sir Peter and I have got a bit in common, haven't
we? He's done it. He's come a long way, hasn't he, Pricey? What a job he's done.
Yeah, well, look, I guess when you start off at 7,000 and, he always had good support, but of course the quality of mares he got back in those days doesn't compare with what he's served the last few years, obviously. So to go from what you call relatively humble beginnings and right through, and he's done an excellent job, and he'll continue to do so.
Yeah. When you think about his fee, he's only $70,000, isn't he? That's cheap, really.
Well, it is for a champion side,
Yeah.
but I
Geez,
get...
you're a good man, John.
Oh, well, you know, people...
Jeez.
Yeah, people always say that I look after the breeders.
But it is like you get value for money with these good stallions in New Zealand.
Yeah, I think you've got to realise perhaps we're a trading nation. And a lot of people are in the game. Okay, they're not, you know, it's a passion, it's a hobby, but they also like to make a dollar, and we tend to set our fees so, you know, if all goes well, people can make a dollar, and that's important to keep people in the game and keep people breeding.
Tell us the story behind Santono Aladdin, the Japanese bred galloper that's at your farm now.
Yeah, well, it's another great story actually, because many years ago we were looking for our first stallion, and I had some good clients with some really good mares, and they said to me, well, look, we'll support you, John, but you've got to find the right horse. And we were fortunate through a bloodstock agent called Michael Otto. He had a good relationship with Shadai in Japan, and Pentai was put in front of us, and you know, obviously he won the King George, tremendous racehorse, and he went on to be, as I said, sire 16 Group 1 winners. And then when he ultimately passed away, Shadai contacted us and said, would you like to do another stallion? And I half jokingly said, well, as long as it's Group 1 winning son of Deep Impact, you know. Anyway, the pedigree and performance of Santono Aladdin came across the email, and I couldn't turn him down anyway. But what a magnificent individual, and what a great pedigree.
Yeah, and you must be proud of him.
Yeah, he's definitely one where the best is yet to come. I mean, you know, at the time we brought him in, he was a Japanese horse. He didn't win his Group 1 until he was a 6-year-old. You know, Deep Impact had a couple of sire sons in Australasia that hadn't set the world on fire. So he got good support without getting major support. But the last few, you know, I think this year in the catalogue, he's got the most most yearlings in the sale by any stallion. So the opportunity he's got over the last few years, we don't know where he'll be in a few years' time.
He's a little easy to market these days.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt.
Did you always have faith in him?
Yeah, well, I love the horse. So I went up to Japan to see him, and he just had such a great temperament, but also a beautiful sound, correct horse with a lot of quality, with a great pedigree. So those are the sort of stallions that make good stallions.
Stay with us, John. John Thompson from Rich Hill joining us here live at Pengaro Stud, the home of Sir Peter Vella, here on a special Giddy Up live from New Zealand. We'll take the news and we'll continue on our chat with John Thompson next.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. In Victorian politics, Jess Wilson becomes the first woman to lead the state's Labor Party after a leadership spill this morning. A new government campaign's been launched urging school leavers to celebrate safely, especially overseas. A South African national who attended a neo-Nazi protest at New South Wales State Parliament has been detained and is likely to be deported. And music legend Paul McCartney will release a protest album that will be 2 minutes and 45 seconds of near silence. The silent song is to push back against copyright issues with AI. Coming up next, SEN Sport. The Perth pitch ahead of Friday's Ashes opener is expected to be batter-friendly early on before deteriorating. Temps in the WA capital will be in the high 20s and low 30s with possible storms and showers for the rest of the week, with the pitch expected to dry out by Friday. And in NFL, thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The Dallas Cowboys are in Las Vegas to take on the Raiders to see out Week 11.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live from Pengarrow Stud here, the home of Sir Peter Valla, and our special guest, he just jumped in his car and headed down the road, John Thompson from Rich Hill. So you must be really happy with the roster you've got with your stallions as well. Ace High, Mr. Bob Peters, he had a horse that he purchased from the South Island that won that feature mares race there on Saturday at Ascot.
Yeah, that's right. Bob, he went down, one of his agents went to the South Island. She was a stakes winner down there, brought it, took it to Perth, and she looks a very smart filly. And Bob's got some mares in New Zealand. He's a big supporter of mine, actually. You know, he's brought yearlings off us. He bred a mare to Ace High, and he bred a few to Satano Aladdin last season.
Okay,
so
that's a compliment.
It is
one of the
actually
greatest breeders of all time, Bob Peters.
Well, he is. You know, he's stood the test of time. He's really is a legend, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So.
That's the mare we're talking about, Strakana, that got the job done there on Saturday.
Yep.
And when you have a look at your clients and all that at Rich Hill, there's so many great people involved in this game. Your clients, they come from all over the world?
Yeah, well, we were just talking about on Saturday before the New Zealand Cup, horse called Bozo.
Yeah, congratulations.
And it's by Satano Aladdin, of course.
Yes, on a heavy track.
Yeah, on a heavy track. And a bloke called Rick Hill from, he's in Victoria, bred it, and he wasn't at the races, and I rang him after the race and collected the cup on his behalf, got a photo for him, and it was great. He was obviously pretty excited, but I said to him, well, how did you name this horse, Bozo? And he goes, well, I named it after my wife. I'm surprised he's still married.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's allowed to go to New Zealand. So that was what about that experience there at Christchurch on Saturday? I've never really seen anything like it.
No, it was actually quite bizarre when we all arrived. Lovely warm sunshine, and everybody's dressed to the tees for the, all the hospitality's full. And next thing, the temperature plummeted and the clouds came in, and we got this hailstorm. It was almost like snow, you know. But probably it's the reason the meeting kept going that it was hail rather than rain. I think if rain would have flooded, it would have been a disaster. But anyway, it's history now.
How's your catalogue looking towards January?
Yeah, look, like everyone, we're really looking forward to being part, and particularly, the 100th year of selling horses in New Zealand. It is when you reflect back, and there's some of the articles coming back, and you're thinking of those great horses, just Might and Powers, Octagonals, going back to Far Lap, and Tulloch, and boy, it's just amazing, really.
It's a great debate. We might have that tomorrow. The top 5 horses sold out of NZB.
Yeah.
So you think would have to be obviously Might and Power. I don't know. So you think over Might and Power?
I think his international performance just
gets
puts
him over the line.
Gets him over the line. But both great horses.
One won a Melbourne Cup. One couldn't.
Yeah.
One won a couple of Cox Plates. One won one Cox Plate.
Yeah.
But there's so many champions that have come out of New Zealand, and we've been lucky enough to travel around the Waikato and Cambridge, and there's nothing like it's unbelievable country, isn't it? And Rich Hill's a little bit different compared to the other farms because there's hills.
Yeah, that's right. It's quite undulating.
Yeah.
I mean, we find that. I think it's a big advantage. The mares have to do a little bit of work. The foals have to do a little bit of work and walking up and down, and it certainly can't do any harm. So no, you're right. It's just on a little bit of a area out there not far from Hobbiton.
Yeah. Are you happy with the way that the game's going at the moment here?
Well, look, we've had some real positives over here over the last few years, and I think breeding-wise, there's no doubt that our horses have always fronted up, and hopefully always will continue to do so. We've got some really good proven stallions and some up-and-coming stallions, so that side of things good. Entane coming into the racing industry gave it a real shot in the arm, but I guess the challenge now is to keep going forward and take particularly the racing to another level in terms of infrastructure and all those things. And I suppose there's times the industry, it's a professional industry, and a lot of the workers are voluntary people and stuff. So you know you've got to respect that. But I do think we've got to keep going forward.
Get the tracks right, you'll be okay, basically.
Yeah, we've got some lovely tracks and some beautiful big tracks. You know, when people come over from overseas and see the size of some of our tracks, they're very jealous. But of course, you know, you got to maintain them. You got to spend money on them if you want to produce a good product.
Well, Sir Peter Vellis told me I got to look at the half to Maison Louis by Prazier. It'll be offered at the sale in January. Have you got anything for us?
Yeah, well, look, Sir Peter's a great supporter
he's a
of
good
mine.
judge too, then.
A great judge, great supporter, and breeds some great horses.
Yeah.
So, you know, we're privileged to have horses by our stallions in his draft. But of course, you know, look, I'm really pleased with the way our draft's coming together. People are going to, as usual, come along and see some really nice horses by all our stallions. And there's no doubt some of them are going to go on and perform at the highest level, as they always do. You know, we've already had some great results this season out of our previous drafts. So
and that must make you proud a little bit, because it's good momentum to have. As people can forget 3 or 4 years back, but if you've had a good draft the previous year and they're performing well, it does help your cause, I would imagine.
Yeah, it does. But you've also, you know, got to reflect back on history a little bit too. You know, I know we sold a horse in Book 2 one year, great, lovely Pentire, Colton. He ended up King Mufasa in New Zealand won 10 Group once. Not many do that.
No.
You know, so,
And there's always some hidden gems in Book 2.
There are. I think you got to remember some of your nice pedigree mares, but they're not quite there. They end up in Book 2 young mares, and they can become future Book 1 mares when they throw a good horse, which often happens.
And from a vendor watching what happened there with the Ready to Run sale, what does that give you more confidence heading into January?
Oh, definitely, Gareth. I mean, it's a different market, but what you're looking at is those guys who are fearless. Some of our vendors at the Ready to Run, and if they see a nice Colton cracker, you know, they can compete with the international buying bench, and they had good results. And it was good that so many New Zealand stallions featured on the scoreboard of the top prices. It gives everybody confidence. Hong Kong love our product, so really that was a real shot in the arm, I believe.
It was amazing to see all the Australians there, and which was great to see at the Ready to Run sale, and obviously they'll be turning out.
Yeah, they were there for a reason.
In January,
You know, so
well, thanks for joining us, John. We appreciate it, mate. We're going to catch up and have a glass of red shortly, which I'm looking forward to. But you should be so proud with what Rich Hill's been able to achieve, and looking forward to seeing what happens there in January. Does Colleen allow you to keep a few of these horses, or does she make you sell them all?
Well, look, traditionally we've probably had to sell a lot of them to keep going, but no, we've got some. You've got to take note of what some of the major breeders, successful breeders over the years in New Zealand, going back in history, they've managed to retain some really good fillies, and that's what we're hoping to do over the next sort of 5 to 10 years. Race a few more. We've got a really nice ace high filly we retained called She's a Dealer. Keep an eye out for her. She'll be a Group winner later in the season, I'm sure. You know, so,
she's already in my Black Book, John. But we thank you for coming here today and joining us on Giddy Up. Good luck with the upcoming sales. As I said, well done with everything there at Rich Hill, and it's good to catch up with you, mate. And well done for winning that New Zealand Cup.
Yeah, no, it's great to be here, and I'm looking forward to having a glass of wine with Sir Peter.
Yes, there we go. John Thompson joining us there. My microphone on here, Rich Hill. We'll take a quick break on the other side of it. It's Facing the Breeze. We'll talk some harness racing.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. Garrard's Horse and Hound, stocking the largest range at the best prices. Visit horseandhound.com.au. Live across Australia on SEN Track. This is Facing the Breeze with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're changing code for a little bit now and Facing the Breeze. Thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hounds. Time to talk some harness racing. Adam Hamilton joins us. He's been a busy man of late. G'day, Adam.
Yeah, Gareth, great to be with you, mate. What a tremendous week it was last week, and very jealous of you rolling on up north to go through God's country up there and visit so many fantastic people and so many fantastic properties.
You would love to be here with me right now at Pengaro at Sir Peter Vella's beautiful property. We're about to have some lunch. He's just opened a bottle of red that, you would be jealous, Adam, so I didn't want to rub it in too much, but you should have stayed an extra couple of days. But speaking of that Christchurch Carnival, what have you made of it? Like, you've had a couple of days to reflect on it right now. It was some carnival for the Aussies. I think he's hung up in disgust at him that he's not here. We might have lost him. So what I'll do... we've lost him. So I'll take a break and we'll come back with Adam Hamilton next while we try and find him and see where he went. Oh, you there, Adam?
I'm back. Sorry, mate. I just dropped out there. Don't know what was happening, but all I heard was about to open a bottle of red after the show at Pengaro.
What was your highlight there from last week?
Look, so many of them. The performance of Kingman was one of the greatest. I think even the Kiwis concede in the history, over 120 years of the New Zealand Trotting Cup. So it was something you had to see to believe. Then we had just a beautifully emotional story of Tracy the Jet and Jess Tubbs. 12 months after her and Greg were there, winning with Just Believe, 7 months after we lost Greg. That was the story of the week. And the other great race, obviously, was those 3-year-olds locking horns. There wasn't a lot for the Kiwis to celebrate over the week, with the Aussies winning 6 of the 7 major races they contested. But that absolute slugfest between Marketplace and also Got the Chocolates. They're 2 horses that are going to really carry New Zealand harness racing over the next couple of years, I think, Gareth.
And we get to see Kingman and Tracy the Jet back at Annington Friday.
Yeah, and Gatesy's Gem as well. So it speaks highly of Tracy the Jet, doesn't it, that Glenn Hunter decided to avoid Tracy the Jet and take on the boys in the trotting derby instead. So, the big 2 were obviously Kingman, who's about $1.45 favourite to win the Group 1 Christian Cullen, and then Tracy the Jet, who draws barrier 1 and is $1.25 to add the Trotting Oaks to the Ascent, which he won last Friday.
Black's a Fake get home okay?
What do you mean, Black's a Fake?
Oh, not Black's a Fake, Leap to Fame, I should say. Sorry, I've got Black's a Fake, yeah.
Well, that's where he's going.
That's what I mean.
He's going to Black's a Fake, yes. I was going to say, do you know something I don't hear? But, no, look, I think he was probably going about 95% of his best in those couple of races. And whether that's just where he's at now in his career, I guess time will tell. But, Leap to Fame does go to the Blacks to Fake on December 6th. It'll be interesting if he has a run.
Swayze will be there. Swayze will be there.
Swayze's going? Okay. Yeah, there you go. And the other one I hear is now that Don Hugo will likely go there too. So suddenly it's going to be a phenomenal race of Blacks to Fake. And then, of course, after that, well, if we weren't excited enough about this bonus series in Victoria, Gareth, through these 6 feature country and then Melton Hunter Cup meetings starting on January 10, we're even more excited because that is the next time we're going to see Kingman and Leap to Fame come together. And if they're both chasing the bonus, they're going to have to clash 3 or 4 times at least through those 6 weeks, Gareth. So I can't wait for that. But Kingman, I never thought I certainly didn't think I'd say this a month ago, but Kingman has to be top seed on what we've seen in their last 2 clashes.
Equal favourites, would you believe, with Bet365 for the Hunter Cup, both at 250, the 2 stars. Kingman, who's still, definitely the prince. He's probably he's better than Leap to Fame at the moment because he's been able to beat him in his last 2 attempts, including sitting 3 wide without cover in one of the most extraordinary performances ever seen at Addington. So he's the horse to beat, but he's got to do it again. He's done it again. He's done it, then he's done it again. He's got to do it again. If you know what I mean, it'll be fascinating to see what he does when he does return back to Victoria after competing in Addington on Friday night. He should win that Christian Cullen. Hey, it's always a pleasure, Adam. I know you're a busy man, but thanks for joining us and keeping us up to date as well in the sport of harness racing.
Good as gold, mate. Enjoy the rest of your time there. Take care of Blogsy. More importantly, take care of Simon Morris, who'll need some medical attention when he gets back to Australia, I think, Gareth.
I'm a bit nervous once Simon Morris sees the wine collection of Sir Peter Vella, so we might not get him out of here. We'll take a break. Thanks, mate.
Good on you guys.
Gary Hall Jr. to join us next.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Always great to catch up with Gary Hall Jr. as we continue on our chat regarding all of the big names in harness racing for Facing the Breeze. Thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hounds, and of course Gary Hall Jr., one of the superstars of WA harness racing, Australian harness racing, and now he's the second best driver in the world. Hello to you, Junior.
Hello, Gareth. How you going?
Good, thank you. What happened, mate? You couldn't get the job done in New Zealand?
No, just fell short. It's a good trip though, all the same.
Yeah.
I thought you and I were banned from radio after our last.
You put words into my mouth, Junior.
Oh, that's a bad way of putting it, too.
Yeah. Oh, God help us. Yeah.
Anyway.
So,
but no, it was a great time. It was.
Yeah.
Just bloke from New Zealand just messaged me just before actually and said we looked like we had fun. I said, yeah, I'd love for it to be starting all over again tomorrow. It was just meeting the other guys. We had a awesome group of guys, and we all had a ball, I think.
And it nearly didn't happen.
Yeah, it nearly didn't happen. That was a pretty stressful time. Probably the most stressful day I've had so far in my 40-odd years on the planet, 43 years. It was not good. Everyone said it was typical of me, but
you lost your passport.
I don't know how, and I still don't know how, and I still don't know where it is. But I'd got a new one just for that trip, so I hadn't left the house. I hadn't used it for anything else. I'd picked it up and put it in the house, and that's where it stayed. And, Maddie and I turned the house upside down 3 times and couldn't find it. So I'm not sure. I still don't know how I got a new one.
How close were you? How close were you for not going?
Oh, well, I thought I wasn't going. I pretty much broke down thinking, I'm getting ready for the trots and trying to pack for New Zealand at the same time. And it was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And, I said to Maddie, pretty early in that actually, but I said to her, Maddie wasn't home from work yet. I said, do you know where my passport is? She goes, just in the drawer with mine, isn't it? And I said, nah, got yours, haven't got mine. She didn't seem too worried. She just said, I'll find it when I get home, because, like me, she just sort of had to be there. Anyway, we spent an hour at least looking for it, and then I decided to start making some calls. And first lady I spoke to gave me a little bit of hope. Second lady said I was no chance.
Yeah.
And then the lady I got put onto in Perth, in the offices in Perth, just told me what I needed to do and said if I can get it there and done by this amount of time, she'll see what she can do. So, I still got to organise getting something to her, because she stayed back for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and printed it up for me. So,
thank God for that.
Go.
The rest is history, as they say. I've got to take the news, Junior. We'll continue on this chat straight after the 11 o'clock news. This is Giddy Up.
Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. History in Victorian politics, with the first female to become the state Liberal Party's leader. Jess Wilson grabbing the top job after winning a party room vote that saw former leader Brad Batten lose a leadership spill. The 34-year-old says it's a great honour.
At the next election, 12 months from now, Victorians have a clear choice. A choice between a tired, out-of-touch Labor government or a new generation Liberal team.
To South Australia, where Tamika Chesser, the former Beauty and the Geek contestant, who was accused of murdering her partner and cutting off his head, is pregnant. The 34-year-old is expected to give birth early next year. It's unclear who the father is. Chesser is charged with killing her partner, 39-year-old Julian Story, at Port Lincoln. The federal government's launched a new awareness campaign urging school leavers to celebrate safely, especially if they're going overseas. It comes during this week that marks a year since the deaths of 2 Aussie teenagers from methanol poisoning in Laos. Residents in the Northern Territory top end are on alert as a potential cyclone threatens to develop heading towards Darwin. The UN Security Council has approved a US plan for Gaza that authorises an international stabilisation force to provide security in the territory. The plan also sees a possible future path to an independent Palestinian state. And on day 5 of the Beach Volleyball World Championships in Adelaide today, 3 Aussie teams are in action. Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. Lane Beachley says it was an amazing honour to be presented the Dawn Award at the Australia Sports Hall of Fame. Dawn Fraser handing the gong to the 7-time world surfing champ.
She gave me a really big long hug and basically said, "You deserve this and I'm so proud of you and keep doing what you do."
Thanks to 7 and starting soon in the NFL. Thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The Raiders hosting the Cowboys.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Busy last hour coming to you. Of course, we're live from Pengarrow Stud, the home of Sir Peter Vella. Mark Chittick, one of the stars of New Zealand breeding, one of the best all-round blokes as well, will join me in that final hour. So he's not far away. But Gary Hall Jr. is with us. And Junior, so you just got to New Zealand and then you're able to have a wonderful start to this World Drivers' Championship. And then, unfortunately, well, you drove extremely well, mate, but James McDonald just got you in the end.
Yeah, it started off in the blaze of glory, but early ripe, early rotten, as they say. Couldn't pull off another heat up first two. So, I was pretty happy with the result. James, he's a previous winner of the championship in 2018, I think, and it's easy to see why. He's a great driver. Horses run for him. He's cool and calm in every situation. So, we had a lot of fun with him and his partner Paige, and also Brett from America. We all sort of hung out a fair bit over the series, and I'd met James once before in Perth for a short period of time, so it was good to sort of already know someone there. But we had a blast all together, and running second to him, I think, still a pretty big feather in the cap.
No, you should be proud, mate. I think everybody is proud of you, so well done. Second in a World Drivers' Championship is an extraordinary effort. And then you would have been happy to see Mr. Smarty bounce back to his best, or close to his best anyway. Was that more of a relief after watching him there last Friday night?
Yeah, absolutely. I was in Queenstown at the time. We was the last race I watched actually before going to sleep, and sort of Maddie and I sat there cheering him home, and I thought he was looking good around the bend, and then when he straightened up, and I knew Minstrel would keep coming when they hit the straight, and just to see him, I wouldn't say cling on, but he didn't really ever look like getting beat. But I think when he gets that sort of run at Foster Park, you'd expect him to be winning, at least 9 times out of 10. So I think it's a step in the right direction. It always helps, I think, when you've been away for a couple of weeks and you haven't seen them. But I reckon he looks 10 times better now than when I left. For some reason, he didn't look that great. But he looks super now, and hopefully that's a step in the right direction. So, but I just trust that senior. We've got the Pacing Cup coming up, and he's had him peaking at the right time every time for the big ones. So I think there was sort of some question marks over him before the Nullarbor as well, but he probably produced his career best run in that race. So that's seniors department.
Yeah, well, there's one trainer that you trust to get their horses ready on the big stage. It's your old man, G. Hall Senior. They've got a $150,000 mares feature on Friday night at Gloucester Park. If this horse draws well, they won't beat it, Junior, little darling. I know you're not driving it, but it's going great guns for Cameron Ross. No,
she's fine. And she's always been a good mare. She's pretty good off the gate too, and she's tough as well. So it makes her hard to beat around GP. Yeah, I think if she led, she'd be pretty much a good thing. But it's going to be a good field. I'm not sure whether I'll have a drive. I thought I might be on Heavenly Gypsy or Penny Black, but Stewie won the big race on Penny, so maybe he gets to keep the drive.
So the world's second best driver can't get a drive in the Group 1 $150,000 mares race.
Oh, well, I'm not saying I can't, but I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the noms. I expect to be on one of the Youngies, and if I'm not, well, then I'll just, unfriend him.
Well, Adam, Matty Leopard, doesn't he own Penny Black?
Yeah, he does, and Heavenly Gypsy, so I just hopefully I'm one of them. But
he says your best friend, so he should put his best friend on.
He's coming over for the weekend.
Okay.
Are you here for this weekend?
No, next weekend I'll be there.
Okay.
What about are you driving tonight? You are.
No, couldn't get a drive.
That is staggering. I was looking at that. I thought you would have a drive, but you don't. Oh, there you go.
No, I think I only had 3 yesterday. 2 were, one was for Youngie, one was for our stable. I think I didn't really sort of let anyone know when I was exactly coming back. So
okay,
I'll put that down for that. That's what I'm telling myself anyway.
Glenn Moore's tipped us a couple. Race 3, number 12 at the pointy end. Race 4, number 6. I've had a few of these, Mad Monday. And race 5, number 12, Aram. So race 3, number 2, race 4, number 6, race 5, number 12. Silky's going to join us on a regular basis on Giddy Up. So I said, Glenn, you've got to really stand up and be counted for these days. So he's done the form back to front. We've got on Giddy Up called Darren Carroll, who's one of the great tipsters that we've ever had on Giddy Up, or one of the greatest tipsters I've been involved with. But he's like, Glenmore's the greatest, hardest racing punter that I've ever come across. What a record he's had throughout his illustrious career. So surely he can help us back a few winners here on Giddy Up, Junior.
Yeah, I don't think there'd be a better man to have on for advice when it comes to WA harness, that's for sure. So yeah, you got the best of the best. So if you can't make money, well then.
Yeah. We've had that advice. Well, I have anyway, and still haven't been able to. But I'll try and learn from my mistakes and see how I go.
I know, but you're like senior. You could stop a war.
Hey, you're lucky that Kingman's not turning up for the WA Pacing Cup.
Yeah, wow, what a run.
Yeah,
it's funny. We were watching up on the top of the stables there, where they had us in a tent for the day, and when they went past us with a lap to go, I seen Luke move up 3 wide, and I looked at Senior, and Senior looked at me, and he's like, "Oh, it's a pretty ambitious move, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah, I would have thought so." And then, when they went across the line, we both looked at each other, and we were like, "Oh well, whoever doubts Luke."
Yeah,
couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
huge run. Just like it was a huge run in any context, but when you think about the horse that Leap's been and he's in the breeze and to do what he did, that's pretty exciting times coming up for harness racing in Australia, and it's good. It's what we need.
Well, hopefully you travel your horse too, Mr. Smarty comes for a 100 Cup maybe. It would be great to see. And, bring it on. It's going to be a great summer, both in WA and also on the eastern side of the country. Hey, Junior, I haven't told you yet, but you're going to be a regular here on Giddy Up, so we appreciate that. And thanks for coming on once again.
Oh, I'm going to be a regular, mate. All right. You still got my bank details?
Yeah, I do, actually. Say good day to G Hall Senior for us. Thank you, Junior.
I will. See you, mate.
There we go. Gary Hall Jr., and that is Facing the Breeze, thanks to Garrett's Horse and Hound. Joe Verney's ready to go because the Roma Turf Club will catch up shortly with Joe because they had their meeting postponed, of course, on Saturday due to the weather. But they are racing today, which is terrific. Joe's the treasurer at the Roma Turf Club. And he says he's the greatest tipster of all. So we'll see if he can help us back a winner, Joe. And he actually got in contact with us on social media to say he's the man that we need to go to. And he's with us now. Hey, Joe, welcome to Giddy Up. Good morning, Joe. He was there. He won't be far away.
Hey,
G'day,
Gareth,
Joe.
how you going, mate?
You there, mate?
Sure am, mate. How are you?
Yeah, great to have you on Giddy Up. You're the superstar of the Roma Turf Club. You're the treasurer, but geez, you're the best tipster and punter, they tell me, there at Roma. So take it away with your best bets today.
Mate, the sun's out looking at a top of 28, and I think we can bet confidently around a few selections today, mate. So we'll start race 1, number 3, Bush Battle. Ex-Peter Moody horse, bought by an astute local owner and ex-trainer Craig Smith. It's been working well around Bassett Park and was tested early days in an open class race at Sandown earlier this year and not fully disgraced. I think it's a bet at the price on Bet365 at the moment, around $4, I believe. It's a really good 1-by-3 play, mate.
I love it. So that's Bush Battle 460 with Bet365, race 1, number 3. What else have you got for us?
We're going to go down to race 2. I think this is a really good bet here. Number 3, Don't Touch. Clinton Taylor has brought this horse down from Rockhampton on the back of 2 strong wins in Western Queensland in Home Hill and Twin Hills. I think it's got the gate speed to cross and lead, which is a huge positive here at Roma around the 1,000 metres. I think it can break their heart and go 3 from 3. I'm a query on the number 6, High Frank, which is new to Roma as well. Hasn't been the best out of the gates its last few. I'm worried how far it'll get behind the faves. So 3 and 6 for me in race 2, mate.
Beautiful, mate. What else have you got?
Race 4, it's a really good field, race 4. Number 4, Palatial Prince is drawn well and has gate speed to suit. Its win at Tara and Kilcoy to use that gate speed. I think this is a very good each-way bet. It's an each-way special for me. Mindful of number 1, Ace Rod, which is 1 from 2 on the track. If the favourite can't handle the sand, I think the 1 will be winning. But number 4, Palatial Prince, an each-way special for me.
Beautiful. I've got about a minute left. So what's your best in the Cup?
Best in the Cup, race 6 is the Cup. It's a fantastic field.
Yeah.
You've got past winners, number 3, Caffrey, number 8, Stampede Warrior in there. So you know there's horses that'll handle the trip and the track. Interesting form lines, Toowoomba, Brisbane, Rockhampton, New South Wales. I've narrowed my selection down to 3. Number 5, Tijuana Two-Step, has been huge in its last 3 starts. Its winning Chinchilla was massive. It shows there's plenty more in the tank to get over the 1640 trip. Number 1, Sky Forger is well weighted, albeit with 64 kilos. Pat Webster brings horses from Toowoomba to Roma to win. Butter Tilly on board. It's a big watch. Won the Country Cup Challenge last year at Doomben, and it's a class runner in the race. Big watch on number 2, Pantaloon. It's new to Roma. Its last start was in northern New South Wales and Ballina, and its win was tough and gritty. Looks a big scopy horse. I think it's going to run the trip and handle the track. Playing numbers 5, 1 and 2.
Beautiful, mate. Great to have you on the show, Joe. They tell me Mick Sharkey and Johnny Brooker, we've got to get to Roma. We'll do that next year if we can. But, hey, good luck with the Cup Day today. Obviously, it didn't go your way on Saturday, but bring it on and back plenty of winners. Good on you, Joe.
Thanks, Gareth. Cheers, mate.
There's Joe Verney there. We'll take a break. Mark Chittick will be my special guest, well known in the racing industry throughout Australasia. Of course, the boss of Waikato Stud, and he will be my special guest next.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live from Pengarrow Stud here, the home of Sir Peter Valla, and it is great to have your company on this special Tuesday here. And this man, well, his record speaks for itself. Waikato Stud, their record speaks for itself. And he joins us here on this Tuesday morning, the boss of Waikato. He's replaced Gary. Mark Chittick joins us. G'day, Mark.
Hawley, how are you?
I am very well. We went to the farm yesterday. We saw Savabill, the old boy. He's still loving it.
Yeah, he is. He looks fantastic.
He
doesn't
does.
He? You know, he's 24 years old and he's still living life to the fullest, breeding flat out. So, yeah, he's fantastic.
How many more years left in him, you reckon?
Oh, look, you never know. He's, let's say, the active stallion that has become the oldest for us. Pins and Centane, I think they were both 23 when they passed away. So he's 24. He's still flat out healthy as anything, but who knows?
I saw him in his paddock, and I went to take a photo of him, and he charged up to me, and I sort of took a backward step, and then he poked his tongue out at me. So he's got plenty of character, and
yeah, he certainly has got character. Loves the camera.
He does, doesn't he?
100%. Knows when the camera's out. So, mind you, I suppose there's been a camera out the odd time before, so he knows what's going on.
And right next to him, so you got the king, and then next to him is the prince in Super Seth.
Yep. Yeah.
And he's done an astonishing job, really. Like, his performances on the track with his progeny have been, have they exceeded your expectations?
Oh, well,
you did take a bit of a punt on him.
Yeah, big punt. I mean, going back to him winning the Caulfield Guineas, it's a race that's a very hard race to win. You have to be a very, very good horse. We've seen another great session of that this year. But he ran down Alligator Blood that was unbeaten at the time, and that's when we were able to come and get involved. And as you say, it was a big price tag, but, you've got to pay for what you want. And so two crops of racing age, just through to the end of this last season, and to get the 4 Group 1 individual Group 1 winners like that was just incredible.
Was he the biggest punt that you've taken on?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, Savabill was 10 million, and obviously it was 20 odd years ago. But Super Seth, fair bit more than that. But so far so good.
Yeah. Who's your most underrated stallion, you reckon, at Waikato?
Look, I just think with Drossen, his stats, he's 8% stakes winners to foals, which is a great stat.
Yeah.
5%'s the benchmark sort of thing, but he started off with you might as well say next to no opportunity. He just served very, very below average mares, and he's just left good types. He's left good racehorses, and I just think people have got to remember that as his numbers increased, the increase in numbers are only just 2-year-olds. He's only had one runner as a 2-year-old. It's won by 4 lengths. He went up to 80 foals. That crop of 2-year-olds now, he's got 120 yearlings. So that wave is going to be coming through. And horses, whatever percentage horses leave, whatever their stats are, they don't usually change a lot.
No. So you think now he's getting more opportunities, but it's the time to get in now before it does explode with him?
100%. Like, he's had probably, 50 times more opportunities than what he started with.
Yeah. I was talking to your old man Gary there yesterday, and that O'Reilly story, it's one of my favourite stories, really, with a horse that was going to be sold as a yearling, but then obviously the people that were going to buy him wanted to get him vetted, and they didn't quite pass their vet. So you kept him in racing, and then he was going to have a career with Gerald Ryan, and that didn't quite work out after Gerald told your old man that he defeated Paint in a gallop. And then to do what he did and win a couple of Group 1s for the O'Sullivans and then become the side that he did it's just a story that really only racing can produce.
100%, and I mean that's the great game that we are involved in. The stories that come about. 3 horses. But yeah, he certainly was an incredible, let's say, part of our lives, and he's responsible for so much. You know, like if we didn't have him, we wouldn't have been able to afford to take that next step with Savabeel. And also, I mean, we've been up at the property now 32 years, I think, might be 33. But we originally bought 430 acres, which was Waikato stud, and he was a foal. And obviously through that success of him and owning them outright, you know, we're now farming on 2,000 acres over there, so he's responsible for a fair bit of that as well.
Yeah, what was the story when you saw him as a foal and he got scared with a few other colts?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. That was in like a good, probably 20-acre paddock, and we'd just given one a little bit of had a little bit of cut on its leg, and we treated it in that, and we'd cleaned it up with a roll of handy towels, and they were milling around us, and it was myself and Gordon Cunningham, and he picked up the end of the paper towels, and obviously it unravelled. Well, they took off around the bloody paddock with about 10 feet of paper towels hanging out of his mouth. But yeah, out of those 4 colts that were in that paddock, there was O'Reilly, there was Great Command that won the Derby, and there was Coach Maniac that won about, I don't know, 6 or 8 or something like that in Hong Kong. He was a good horse up there, so we certainly saw how they could gallop that day.
Yeah. Didn't Gordon just turn to you and said that horse is going to be a champion?
Yeah, 100%. Now, Gordy was a big part of our, when we took over the farm, he stayed on for a year with us, and I've got to say, you go, as a young fella, you go around the world and try and learn. We learn things off different people in different places in the world, but I probably learnt more in that year with Gordy than everything else.
What did he teach you?
I'll tell you, he probably taught me, let's say, quality, like just things, definitely horsemanship, but probably horse care and professionalism. I mean, Gordy works at a hugely high standard, and, for a young fella that, yes, I'd been around on farms around the world, but I was basically, let's say, we were a farming family from down in Palmerston North to come up here, and he opened my eyes that for us to, let's say, compete at the top with a farm like Waikato Stud, we had to have a really high standard.
You see your kids now, and especially George, who's working and plays a major part at the farm. Obviously, they're different generations, and you were thrown into the deep end in a way. But do you see you and your boys?
Yeah, definitely. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. But I suppose at the end of the day, one thing that we were taught earlier on, or knew no different, was let's say how to work and to work hard. And I think they've seen that through the generations. I suppose at the moment there's 3 generations that are active on at Waikato Stud, which is pretty cool. But certainly, you go onto Harry, he's playing rugby in Ireland, and he's already had a stint breaking in horses. He's had a stint with our farrier, etc., etc. So certainly at that age, I love my rugby, and I love learning things about horses and on farm. So yeah, definitely there's a bit there.
And Harry's just one of those natural. I caught up with him at Goodwood, and he was dominating the dance floor. That was, I think, after a Sphera run at Glorious Goodwood, and he's spending a little bit of time over there, but playing rugby in Ireland. And they tell me he could even be an All Black.
Oh, well, I think we all dream of that. Every New Zealander dreams of being an All Black. But no, certainly he's taken every opportunity, and I think, he's going really, really well. And I think when you ran into him over there at Goodwood, there was, some comment about him having a good sire.
Yeah, and what about, yes. And Charlotte too. She's working in the racing industry, your daughter, and she's the oldest of the 2 boys. And she's like, I speak to people that she's worked with, and they speak so highly of her as well. And looks like she's going to continue on. Obviously, I would imagine you hope so. You can get back to Waikato, because she's worked at all of the major farms really in world racing.
Yeah, that's right. And she's just finishing a couple of years stint with Angus Golden with Shadwell, which has been a massive experience. So she's got a hell of a lot of contacts, let's say, worldwide. And whether they all end up back at the farm, who knows? But there's certainly plenty of opportunity. And I just keep saying to them, Hawley, do what you love, and if you love it, you'll be good at it. Just like you running the show.
No, I don't know about that, but it's right on 11:30. We'll take the news, and then we'll come back with plenty more as we continue our chat with Mark Chittick here on Giddy Up.
Good morning. Making SEN News headlines. In Victorian politics, Jess Wilson becomes the first woman to lead the state's Labor Party after a leadership spill this morning. A new government campaign's been launched urging school leavers to celebrate safely, especially overseas. A South African national who attended a neo-Nazi protest at New South Wales State Parliament has been detained and is likely to be deported. And music legend Paul McCartney will release a protest album that will be 2 minutes and 45 seconds of near silence. The silent song is to push back against copyright issues with AI. Coming up next, SEN Sport. Lane Beachley says it was an amazing honour to be presented the Dawn Award at the Australia Sports Hall of Fame. Dawn Fraser handing the gong to the 7-time world surfing champ.
She gave me a really big long hug and basically said, you deserve this and I'm so proud of you and keep doing what you do.
Thanks to 7 and starting soon in the NFL. Thanks to Unibet, gamble responsibly. The Raiders hosting the Cowboys.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're live on SEN Track RSN. We're streaming live every day on the SEN app, thanks to Bet365. You can watch us on the SEN app, our Facebook page and YouTube channel. We're catching up with Mark Chittick, of course, from my Caddo Stud. Mark, we were at the farm yesterday. I saw I Wish I Win from a distance anyway, but he's enjoying life, the old boy.
Yeah, certainly. You know, like he retired sound. You know, Peter and Catherine, they just felt like he just wasn't feeling 100% himself. Yep. You know, probably with those joints, etc. But he retired 100% sound. So yeah, he's happy. He's been. He gets off the farm a bit. He goes into an outfit, you know, that the kindergarten kids and older people, and you know what I mean. They do those little day trips and have a bit of time with him. So
does he love it? He
loves that, and he's been asked over for the Champions Day there. I think it's in February to lead out one of the fields. So yeah, so he's all good.
There's no rules when it comes to horses, and you see I Wish I Win in the story there. We're talking to Blogsy, the racing blogger Stevie Power, about it yesterday, and we showed him the x-rays, and it's just like people can go and trot up horses and look at horses at yearling sales, and then you get a horse like that's won 13 million.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, like his full brother was the sale top of the year before, and certainly didn't win anywhere near what he did. And he was the ugly duckling brother.
Yeah.
But you're dead right. That's the great thing about the horses. We all think we know, but at the end of the day, we don't.
How's it all going, mate? You still enjoying it?
Yeah, look, it's busy. It's always a hard time of the year to answer that question when you've been going.
You haven't slept for 4 months.
Yeah, 100%. You've been going 24/7 since August, and we've got about a dozen left to foal, so you just can't wait to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
And you know, then you get a bit more sun on your back, and then you get the breeding done and concentrate on the yearlings. But no, it's a challenge. It's always a challenge. It's always something new. But the great thing about our game is always something to look forward to.
You've started your yearling preparation because I saw that yesterday. 100 years of selling horses, NZB. It's come around pretty quick, that century.
Yeah, I can't remember the first year, but it's been a good 100 years. I would have thought, for for our industry and for our country, and we're obviously very fortunate with let's say the ownership and the input of the Vella family to NZB. Great 100 years so far. I'd say it's 100 years to be extremely proud of.
Yes.
And I suppose we've, if whoever happens to be sitting here in another couple of generations, in another 100 years, if they've done as well and produced the horses that we have in New Zealand over the last 100 years and through the New Zealand bloodstock sale, they'll be as proud as what we all are now.
You might be able to answer this question for me. I asked Sir Peter, why did Sir Patrick Hogan and a few of the major breeders want him to buy it and not the Australians to buy it? And he didn't know the answer. Do you know the answer? Yeah, so there's a bit of a story around that, the purchase of it there, and there was a few breeders involved that certainly showed interest of it in it. But look, I suppose at the time they probably had the money, and it probably wasn't out of the horse industry that they had that. So look, I suppose it stayed in New Zealand ownership, and that was very important, and still is. Yeah, and you had the success of the Ready to Run, which again exceeded expectations a little bit. Does that hold you in good stead, do you think, NZB and the vendors heading towards Karaka in 2026 off the back of that success of the Ready to Run? Yeah, I suppose if you look at the last year, Hawley, or let's say a couple of years, but certainly the last 12 months, the New Zealand horses that have competed at that worldwide highest level is incredible. So that gives you a bit of confidence. Ready to Run was good and strong. Stallions are going pretty well, and it's a bunch of horses that have pretty well all been reared, and I know we're biased, but what we believe is the best place in the world to rear horses, and they'll be given every opportunity, and it's not a sale that you have to get too carried away with at that real sort of top end level. You don't have to get too carried away, and you can buy yourself a bloody good racehorse. How many are you selling? I think we're about 85 or something like that across the first couple of days. Geez, I might have to go and get a job with you. You need some help, probably. 85. Yeah, well, we're sort of looking to fill about 5 or 6 more spots up there. So if you came along, Hawley, you'd be all we need. Yes. Can you just imagine me? Imagine me trying to lead one around, and then Roddy's helicopter comes across, and they just said, "I'm trying to hang on for dear life." No, we wouldn't put you on the horse. We'd put you front of house. Yes, I'd be able to sell a Severbill and Super Seth. They're the easy ones. Yeah, I know, but so the catalogue, that's massive, really, to send that many horses around at the one sale. Yeah, so certainly. It's fantastic that obviously 100 years, and that's a massive event. But our whole viewpoint this year was to have the strongest group of horses that we possibly could there at Karaka. I'll say for various reasons. We've taken horses to other sales in the past, but there's no doubt about it. When you line up and you haven't taken horses out of your draft, line up with your best number at Karaka, your best and biggest number. I won't say it makes it easier, but it certainly, there's no holes in the draft. Does it help you then, say, Cambridge are going to bring all their draft there as well, and so the Australian breeders and international breeders go, okay, then they're serious, the Kiwis, about their home sale now? Yeah, well, I suppose, it just gives everybody, there'll be every opportunity there from, let's say, 30, 50,000 right through to whatever it might be.
And they're all there. The best of the crop to be produced in New Zealand will be at Karaka at the end of January.
Well, I might just jot down a few lots straight after this break. I'll give you a couple of minutes to think about it, so I know which one to bid on when I go to the sales in January. Mark Chittick is my special guest here on Giddy Up. We're live from Pengaro Stud, of course, the home of Sir Peter Valla. We'll come back with more of Mark Chittick straight after this.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's 11:46. We're joined by Mark Chittick from Waikato Stud here on this beautiful Tuesday morning. We're at Pengaro Stud, the home of Sir Peter Vella. We celebrate, or NZB celebrate, 100 years of selling thoroughbred yearlings in January. Mark Chittick, just having a look at the catalogue, which was launched there last night. You'll hit the ground running. You've got a Savabeel Super Seth, Savabeel Super Seth, Savabeel Super Seth. So hopefully you're 10 under after day one, or the first hour anyway.
Yeah, hopefully the sale kicks off well. But yeah, when you're kicking off with two stallions like that, obviously, hopefully it should. And that book one. I mean, obviously the draft right the way through, and I think it's a great concept. Book one and book two, all on ground. Yeah. Sort of go for your life, sort of thing all the way through. I think that's fantastic. But yeah, that book one, when we're represented by Savabeel, Super Seth, Dross, and Novia, you might as well say three proven horses, and then a young horse that's leaving a great type.
I forgot to ask about Novia. He's done extremely well.
He certainly has. He's serving another big book this year. Last year he served the biggest book in New Zealand, and I just think people are recognising. I mean, one value, but also he's just leaving great looking stock. He's just before walking in here, he's had a horse win a trial by 3 lengths. So there's certainly good word out there. Yeah.
So when you go about working out how many mares you want these stallions to serve, like, how many's too many?
It's a really good question. We're serving big books with Super Seth and Novia, and there's a lot of management involved. You have to have the right horse, etc., etc. But I know it can never be done. But I think if there was a mandatory sort of number of, I don't know what it would be, say 130, 140 mares or whatever like that, more stallions would get more opportunity. There'd be less pressure, obviously, on stallions. Full stop. It would also it would create a formula for stallion purchase.
Yeah.
It would just make a whole lot of sense. But
so it makes it difficult when you've got the demand and you've got to try and look after the stallion, but you don't want to knock back breeders, and then you think you've got to look after the horse. So it's a good situation, I guess, to be in, but also you've got to make sure you get it right. Yeah,
absolutely. And you take Super Seth. He served 180. We probably turned down 150, 200 mares to him, but he had that number right from the 1st of September. So we're only just tailing off his book now, finishing up his book, which is great. Novia, he's up over 170. But on the 1st of November, we were looking at 120, 130. So a lot of those have come in late. So he's still going hard out. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a lot of management in it.
You said your job's not finished yet, boy.
No, that's right. You've got to look after them. Got to keep, sort of keep them going. But a mandatory number would...
what number would you have?
I'd probably be 140. Or maybe either 140 mares or 120 mares in foal, however you looked at it. Yeah. But that gives them an opportunity, gives the next one an opportunity, and wouldn't wear them out.
What else would you change if you could change one thing?
If I could change one thing, I just think that a whole lot more people should be racing good horses, and their best chance of getting a really good racehorse is out of New Zealand.
Yeah, at Waikato. And even one with bad legs that can win $13 million. You forgot about us trying to get us into that horse. But there is no rules, and you just got to have a little bit of luck.
Oh, that's right. If you haven't got a horse, you won't win a race, and the more horses you've got, the more chance you've got.
Yeah. You got a helicopter back, or are you driving?
No. We're not going well enough to have the helicopter. We just keep on the road. Yeah.
It was good to have Roddy Chick on the show yesterday, and he spoke about everything that he's been through. But I think a lot of feedback from that interview, and you're great mates with him. He just had a big smile on his face, and obviously it's been a really difficult time and will continue to be some challenging times. But I think it was just great to see, basically.
Yeah, 100%. Look, we've got a great crew in the industry, like let's say worldwide, but certainly in New Zealand. There, we're very, very close, and throughout the industry, the odd individuals, had their challenges. Like Roddy's been through, and you had Butch on there last week, etc., etc. And I've got to say, there's having had a little bit of experience of that myself. You can definitely feel that support, and it's genuine.
And it's so important, isn't it?
100.
How was Butch at the races the other day?
Yeah, very good. Like he's going so well, and we had a great day the other day.
He'll fight like Nordley, I reckon, Butch.
Yeah.
And you'd have to put, he can get a little grumpy of times, especially with Louis when we run a little late, and he can give him a bit of a serve. But Louis goes, "Was that really Butch? He's so nice." The great man. And guess what? We were running late because we had to fit Butch in. He just walked in, sat down, and said, "I'm ready to go." So, no, it was great to see the big fella. Hey, thanks for coming, mate. We'll share a glass of red that you brought Sir Peter Vella back in 1985.
When I was 15. I bullshitted the liquor store.
So he's been saving it since for you to turn up here. So we'll enjoy that. But I think racing's lucky to have you. Not only what you do here, but a lot of work that you do, they tell me, outside of Waikato to make sure that it helps everyone else as well, which is, I think everyone is grateful, and we're grateful for you turning up and saying g'day.
Thank you, Gareth.
Good on you. There's Mark Chittick there from Waikato Stud. We'll take a quick break on the other side of it. We'll wrap up a special Giddy Up live from Pengaro Stud here, the home of Sir Peter Vella, on this Tuesday.
Melbourne Racing Club's Black Friday sale on now. Take 50% off young and full memberships.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
It's time to wrap up Giddy Up. It's been a special Giddy Up from Pengarro's start in New Zealand at Cambridge, the home of Sir Peter Valla and the Valla family, and it's just been a lot of fun. If you missed any of our interviews, we had Sir Peter Valla on and around 8:30. You can subscribe to Giddy Up with Gareth Hall with your local podcast subscriber. Great to catch up with Sir Peter. John Thompson from Rich Hill Stud joins us. Always great to catch up with Tomo and Mark Chittick from Waikato. And we had all of our regulars with the midweek masterclass bag of tips. Facing the breeze. Patrick Carberry joins us. He told us that he's right to go for Joker's Grin for the winner bottom. He'll be riding this time next week. He's over his concussion, but he's still got that 12-day protocol that he needs to get through. And Robbie Griffiths believes that Ray McNeary can win a winner bottom. He hasn't got a jockey just yet because Jai McNeil was suspended. And there's even a small chance they might push on towards the Gold Rush as well. So it was a massive show on this Tuesday. We'll be live from the famous Cambridge Stud in New Zealand at Cambridge, of course, tomorrow morning. The show starting just after 8 o'clock. And Cameron Luke will join me to also basically co-host Giddy Up in a way. He'll be live from Cranbourne for the barrier draw for the Cranbourne Cup and the Meteorite. Have a great day.